Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. I want to appreciate everybody for your continued faithful support and followership, even as we start out the conversation tonight. Well, there is allegations against the Deputy President Kashagwa for harassment of chiefs who are perceived to be AZIMIO. The question we ask tonight is, when did it become criminal to support a different political party or belong to a different political persuasion? When did UDA become the law and Gashagwa become the ultimate law? That whatever he likes that you don't like makes you a criminal. Is this not the beginning of the return of terror in our country? Kenyans of goodwill? Is this what we bargained for? And this left alone, what far-reaching consequences are we yet to see? What is it that Kashagwa and team have under their sleeves that we are yet to see? Welcome on board. Let us talk, let us ventilate, and let us balance this within the requirement of the law. Thank you, everybody, for being here early. And as we start out the conversation, I would want that we reach out to God for supernatural intervention in terms of right wisdom, right words, right understanding in our pursuit of what is just, what is right, and what is required. So let's pray together in Jesus' name. Heavenly Father, we appreciate you for the privilege to belong to you, to be called by your name, and to be able to reach out to you. According to your word, you say you are the present help in time of trouble. You're a God that has determined systems. You have determined everything. You hold the pillars of the entire universe in your own hand. We thank you for this great nation. We appreciate you that you are mindful of us. You are careful with each and every one of us as Kenyan people, and our worries, our anxieties, our confusion is close to your heart, and you want the best for us. We reach out to you that you will help us navigate through this uh, place that is unfamiliar for us, and deliver us to the place of peace, the place of unity, the place of prosperity, and the place of liberty. We thank you for the blood covenant that you cut through your Son Jesus Christ, that established a new order of reconciliation, a new order of peace, a new order of all that has been committed against you can be written off by reason of the blood covenant of Jesus Christ. How we sprinkle that blood all over this nation in the name of Jesus, from the east through the west, from the north through the south. The Bible calls it the blood that speaks better things than that of Abel. We pray that it keeps speaking for this nation, speak liberty for this nation, speak deliverance for this nation, speak salvation for this nation. In the name of Jesus, we stand against every strange wisdom and every strange counsel from the occult and otherwise that has been unleashed to mess up the governance of this nation and cause this nation to go in the wrong direction. We pray in the name of Jesus that there is no counsel against God, there is no understanding against the Almighty. We decree in the name of Jesus that every strange wisdom and every strange understanding that is being used to manipulate the Kenyan people and this country as a whole, let it cease in the name of Jesus. Let the blood of Jesus fight against every occultic practices that have been unleashed to mess up this nation. And we pray in the name of Jesus, by the authority of God's word, our liberties established, and will not be victims of occultism and all manner of madness being unleashed against us. We give you thanks and bless you as we start out the conversation tonight. Let your wisdom speak louder. Let your wisdom thrive. Let your wisdom be out for everyone to embrace. We love you. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen and amen. Well, thank you so much again for being here and being part and parcel of our conversation. We pray and call upon each one of us to uh, take serious what is transpiring in this great country and be able to flow with what needs to be appropriated, resist what needs to be resisted, stand against what needs to be stood against, because it is no longer, things are no longer at ease, and people are being victimized over nothing. Because according to the constitution, we are a multi-party democracy, and so each one of us is free to belong to any political persuasion, including the chiefs and the provincial administration. Why is the deputy president and his team hell bent to get rid of everybody that supported the AZIMIO agenda, simply because they did not support the UDA agenda? So when did the UDA become the law and Gachagua become the standard? That whoever likes what Gachagua likes is good, whoever hates what Gachagua hates is good, whoever goes against what Gachagua stands for is an enemy and a criminal. We need to have that settled once and for all. Karibuni kila moja, tunawashukuru. The link to use to get in the studio is now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to discuss. Karibu kila moja. Thank you so much. Dahir Abdi, karibu kwa show. To Makandet studio ioshwe kujeni. Asante sana, iko safi, tunashukuru. Kuna Mohamed Ege, thank you so much. Hello to you, welcome to the show. Brian Richard, karibu sana. Of course, tunashukuru. Gitonga, thank you kabisa kwa kuwa hapa kila mara na kuwa mwaminifu kufuata majadiliano na mijadala yetu kila kuchao. Jacqueline Getuba, karibu kwa show. Thank you so much. Asante kila moja. Of course, dada yetu Yufin AO. Thank you so much. Yufin, your number is needed somewhere, so please make sure that you reach out kwa inbox, kwa studio unipatie your number. Kuna mtu anahitaji, and details reserved. Thank you very much. Elizabeth Anyango, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Nani huyu mwingine? Benedict Rati, karibu era is back. Okay, asante sana. Kuna Mike Hisa, good to see you. Thank you sir. Karibu tunashukuru. Kuna Lums Jendai, ama Chandai, so yes, back for a very long time. We will get rid of this. It will not last that long. Passionate love of Christ, hello to you. Thank you so much. Karibuni kila moja. Everyone, thank you. Let's get into discussing this matter. Peter Gitau anasema wapi Roda au Mama Selina mpya. Okay, I don't know why you are calling all that. Thank you so much, General Isa Mabenge, following live from Muscat. Okay, asante sana. Salome Mbone, hi to you. Thank you so much. Mwase Irene, Mildred Owanda, of course, kuna Philemon Samoy. Okay, let's keep keeping on. Billy Morgan, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Haya, tujumuike pamoja tunapoanza kipindi chetu usiku wa leo. Naomba kila mmoja amakinike tunapojadili masuala haya kwa kina, kusiwe na yeyote ambaye ataachwa nyuma. I just want to read this out even as we look at this closely, and probably you will be able to appreciate what we are looking at and what we are talking about. This is from the Nation, okay? This is from the Nation, and it says, this is a confession or a complaint being launched by a chief, okay? It says, he went on when he went on, when I finally picked the call, it was a familiar voice of His Excellency, the Deputy President. He started by informing me that he had information that I was among those who were supporting AZIMIO during elections. The call was short. He ended by asking me how many years are left before I retire. He informed me that in the meantime, I should be looking for something else to do because I'll be going home. I could not start arguing with such a senior person. However, I tried to explain myself, but he could hear none of it. Well, that is a chief in Madira complaining about the harassment by the deputy president, who is Gachagua, by reason of her being perceived to have supported Azimio. So the question we are asking tonight is, when did it become criminal to support Azimio or belong to a different political party than that of Gachagua? And when did Gachagua become the law that if you don't agree with him, you go home, you find something else to do? Is this what Kenya Kwanza stands for? Is this what they are advocating for? Their goals, okay? This is a confession by the chief in Madira, okay, about Gachagua'S harassment. Hii ndio Kenya mpya ama Kenya ya kale? Na hii Kenya ita last for how long? Because this is not the future and this doesn't smell good. So wherever you are joining us from, please let's look at this keenly and begin to look at the kind of snake we are growing before it swallows us all. Karibuni sana, tukajadili kwa kina kila mmoja. Tumia hiyo link kuja studio, tukaangalie masuala jinsi yalivyo, alafu tuchukue msimamo. Serikali kama hii haipaswi kuitwa serikali, na kiongozi kama huyu hapaswi kuitwa kiongozi, kwa sababu kuwa deputy president, haukui deputy president wa UDA na haukui deputy president wa yellow ili usimame kinyume na blue na watu wengine wote ambao wako katika vyama tofauti. We are a multi-party democracy. Why are they monopolizing politics and political parties and political persuasions in the country? Welcome, Mr. Mike. Vipi lakini?
I'm good, Bernard. How are you this evening?
I'm good. Karibu, karibu.
Hello, Bernard. How are you? Good to hear. Good to see you, Bernard. We shall have no shortage of problems to talk about this year, Bernard, and that's very unfortunate, because I thought in this country we shall have a bright day that we shall wake up to and talk of the good sunshine, the rains, and unga being affordable. But it looks like every other day we are being fed by very negative energy, Bernard, and that is very depressing. But I still believe something good will come out of this situation. And the good thing is that Kenyans are seeing people for who they truly are. We were on the forefront, Bernard, on this station, trying to explain to people on what they should look for when choosing a leader. And we were very specific, Bernard. We talked about the history, the character, what those people stand for, and all those things. But the, 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 the culture of these populist and tribal excitements have always put us in problems, Bernard. Uh, Now, the history of revenge, Bernard, I've just, when I read the highlights of what we want to talk about, my mind wandered around Kenya and the world. And I looked at great leaders and how they handled uh, uh, conflict and issues that affected them at a personal level. Because Bernard, this issue you're discussing about Gachagua is not about government officials having harassed citizens. It is a personal conflict that even pushing Gachagua to use public office to resolve a personal issue. Because uh, I'm looking, Bernard, I've just read a journal. There is a gentleman called called Andrew Morton. He wrote a book on Moi. It is well documented, Bernard, because we are talking of people who harassed Gachagua at a personal level, and is coming out to say that because of what you did, this is what you should do. I want to, for a moment, assume that that was right, because we want to be clear on who a leader is. Uh, Daniel Arap Moi, a former president, when he was a vice president at that time, was slapped twice by a regional provincial commissioner or DC. Bernard is documented in a book that was written by Andrew Morton on the journals of President Moi, his time as president. So these are not stories, these are documented, and the issue that I'm talking about was done in public. It was not those stories we hear that they were in a hotel somewhere, in a room somewhere, and this happened. It was on a public forum that this DC is said to have slapped the sitting Vice President Daniel Arap Moi, not once, but twice. And when Moi took over as president, this man fled the country, I think through Ethiopia, and went to a country which was very cold. I'm told he couldn't manage the cold, and he wrote letters to the country, to the president, and then pleading for forgiveness that things might not have been good between me and you, but I seek your pardon. The president told him, I'd even forgotten about you. It was not even an issue. That was politics. The gentleman, as we speak, because this is documented, is alive and in Nakuru rearing his cattle. Actually, Moi died and left him. That just shows you what a statesman is. Now, this man we called a dictator, that is the worst case scenario, could have such a kind heart. Now, if you can have a dictator behave this way, then what is it required of a person who calls himself a person who was brought into government through church, through prayer? What does it then call upon such a person of a higher level of morality and values? Because we called Moi very many names. And yet, this man, when he came to power, those were the least of his concerns. Bernard, Gachagua was harassed as an ordinary MP, but this is somebody who was a sitting vice president for over 10 years. So when power gets into the head of somebody like Gachagua, who was an ordinary MP, in fact, a first-term MP, first term, after having stolen money all over, because that one is also documented. You can take me wherever you want to take me. The cases that are being thrown up and out, they'll also come back because governments change, Bernard. Governments change, you can be sure. Bernard, people who killed people in Germany in the Nazi time 50 years ago, 60 years ago, are still being haunted in the world. There's a gentleman who was arrested 2 years ago in Italy. He had even done plastic surgery on his face at 90 years. Kabuga has been arrested, the guy in Rwanda who caused genocide. So law always catches up with you. It doesn't matter how long. It doesn't matter whether you are in power, whether you had absolute power or least power. I'll give you many cases so that I just address this issue of vengeance and revenge. And I'm talking from the premise that I'm assuming Regada is right, because I don't want to say he was never harassed. I want to give him that benefit. But I also want to tell him, how do leaders of his caliber behave in situations where they feel aggrieved and they are now in power? When Mandela came out of prison after over 25 years in prison, the first people he embraced were the people who put him in prison. Botha was made to sit in his government, and the country healed because of that. When Jomo Kenyatta came to power, the first thing people told him is to fight the Wazungus who harassed him. The first thing he did is to allow them live as citizens, and most of them, the most recent is the Delamere family, which has been around up to yesterday. The grandson does the other day. Nobody has touched them. Yet these were the lords who were frog marching our grandfathers to till their farms. Bernard, a leader is called to a higher character than ordinary people. Wewe na mimi tunaweza gombana juu ya kuwe kuanua nguo na kutupa nguo kwa fence kwa plot yetu. We can have those cheap quarrels. That's why we are not the president and the deputy. But the mere reason that you have been called to such a high office, it also requires you to behave in a certain different way. Bernard, to whom much is given, much is also required. People who came into power in the name of God, they read the Bible. What does the Bible talk of vengeance? It says, do not, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. So which Bible do these people read? They read verses that that only tell them that to who has much more will be given to you, so that they take more from those who are poor, and forget other verses that relate to their bad character. It's very unfortunate, Bernard, and I feel pity for the country, because we have a very primitive person in high office behaving like a hooligan. Hao watu wa matatu wenye wanakuanga hapo magari za kwenda Kidurai, that's how they are behaving, and it's very unfortunate, Bernard. I just want to leave it at that, because I don't want the emotions to take the better part of me. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mike. We appreciate that, and we are grateful that you took us down the history lane for us to trace how leaders deal with contrary opinions and even mistreatment before assumption of office. And one such leader is Nelson Mandela. He says when he was walking out of prison, he had a choice to make, either to carry his imprisonment outside of prison or leave it behind and lead a free life. The harassment that Gachagua claims, I don't know where it is. I've not seen it. Gachagua has not been thrown into detention without trial. Gachagua has not been tortured in Nyayo chambers. Which part of harassment is he talking about? Being asked, where did you get your money? Is that harassment? If you have money that you cannot account for, your account is fat. Hey, how did you make this money? Is that called harassment? I think Kenyans are being treated to circus, and they need to get angry enough and refuse this stupidity. Any Kenyan is free to belong to any political party as long as that political party is within the constitution framework. And nobody should criminalize anybody for belonging to a different political party, including Gachagua. So whatever it is that they're after, they need to be dealt with. And we pray that they will be dealt with seriously and in good time. Keep, I don't know whether you are the original Keep or the other one. Your device is not well configured. That is why when we add you on the screen, unatupwa nje. So what you do is, if you're able to get me, please log out. Okay, get out. If you're using your phone, restart your phone, and then you log in afresh so that you get well configured. And when you're configuring, allow StreamYard to do the configuration. Don't direct it, because if you do, you will miss one or two things and the app will reject you. So we are not the ones frustrating you. It is the configuration of your gadget. Let's see if that works. And then, of course, staying behind the camera is also illegal because you are spoiling our video. Sister Rhoda, vipi lakini?
Poa sana. I come late. I'm sorry. I'm always I forget today I'm coming, but I'm sorry I came anyway. I like to be the first one because to fight
Yeah.
for our country, and nice to see you, brother Mike. Mike. Today the topic is, if I go the straightforward, talk about the topic today about terrorists. The terrorist era of in the era of terror back in Kenya. Our cry over DP Gachagua. Uh-huh. Hi. Oh my God, what I want to say. Let me go back those days. We have been in Kenya. We have been very attacked with these terrorists, Al-Shabaab. When we had 2013, we had a terrorist when they burn out the mall center, and the former government, they have been fighting for our country for terrorists. So all the time when there is when they realized that there was terrorists in the our DCR, they were doing a great job to control everything is good. And even when you are working in Nairobi since 2013, when it was attacked, everybody was feeling safety in Nairobi, everywhere, train station, bus stations. So in Kenya, have been very, very safety when it comes about terrorist organizations. But even me, I have been feeling some fear. Kenya is not safety right now, because the former president, he was doing a great job when he said our troop in Somalia, because most of the terrorists used to come to the Somalia. You see right now, the Ruto have been all the time. I don't want to talk about Somalia live in Kenya, because they are people. They are great people live in Kenya. They are Kenya citizens. They're Somalia, Kenya. But I mean, I feel Ruto, he is more welcome so much. Somalia, I don't know how it's going right now, because even Somalia themselves, they have problem with the terrorists. The country of Somalia, they need, that's why we said our troop to help them, because the president of Somalia, he need help.
No,
So,
Rhoda,
and then I can talk about
Rhoda,
some.
one moment. One moment, Rhoda. Okay. I think you're introducing a new topic. Eh? The terror we are talking about is government that threatens the officials, like what Gachagua is threatening chief. Amepigia simu chief wake akamwambia vile alisaidia Azimio afungashe, job yake imeisha hata kama hajafika retirement. So na hiyo ilikuwa katika enzi ya Moi, ile ulikuwa unapigiwa simu kazi yako inaisha. We are not talking about the terrorism ya Al-Shabaab and team. Tutachanganya wasikilizaji wetu. Thank you.
Okay, I'm
So,
sorry. I'm sorry, telling
yeah.
not to speak exactly the message I need to say. The things I want to say, we know we come here, we have been talking our democracy all the time, our democracy and our constitutions. Our country is ruled by the multiple party, and you can be AZIMIO, you can be any party. So I don't understand why Gachagua he is harassing the sub chief. For me, I can tell you how I feel. Ruto, me, I'm always against Ruto. Me, I'm not against with the Gachagua. I'm always, because Ruto is the one who make this mess. He's now the state. Me, don't call him president. He's a state of everything. He's a control everything. So me, I'm not against with the Gachagua. Me, I'm against with the Ruto. Me, when I come here, I focus with the Ruto. Ruto, he's the one do damage, because Gachagua speak everything Ruto tell him. Everything come to Ruto. Gachagua mouth is from the Ruto, or maybe he want to talk to make Ruto happy. I don't think so. Ruto like Gachagua reality. If he really love you, he cannot tell them to talk things. You know, let us be honest each other. I think, for me, I'm not against with Gachagua. I'm against with his boss, because I call him boss or whatever. The man who employ him is the one I'm against him, because he's the one who need to tell him what is the work of the deputy. Are you going, when I said you don't talk like this, represent my country, that's the way work of the vice president, you know? So that's the way we need. I'm saying our country is not really democracy. We need to fight this katiba. We must come here and fight this katiba, because that's not the rule that according to the law, the way Gachagua he's that man telling him to do this. You know, we must like our opposition, we must say no, or Ruto must go. He gives people who respect our country. If it is Baba could be lighting on the state house, do you think Baba can do something like that? No, cannot do that. If it's somebody else, cannot do that. If this is work of the Ruto, and I say yesterday, Ruto must go if he's not ready to do the right things for our Kenyan citizen. As a Kenya, he take back and he go where he go his resident current. That shit. Me, we don't want this kind of mess. People be working, they don't know what's their work. You know, he's working to represent us, and he's working for all Kenya. So he must do according to the law. Not si kuaganyisha nini constitutions. So me, I don't condemn Gachagua. Me, I condemn Ruto. He is the one responsibility. He need to tell Gachagua, you cannot walk like this, talk like this, because our country is democracy. You can be any party, any community you come from. You can be any. It's not like at Gachagua you come from the side of the mountain you come from. At we cannot have a AZIMIO. Who said so? Kwani Kenya ni ya nani? Si Kenya ni ya watu wote. Sindio? Is only the Uda can be the Mount Kenya. Is only the AZIMIO can be the Nyaza or whatever. No, it doesn't work like that. Is not the Kenya we want. That is not democracy. So we must fight for our democracy. We come here and we must, our democracy must stand in our constitution. That's what I'm coming here to fight for our country. I will not sleep until I see things change. And things can change. It's only the route of go. We get people who are ready to work for us, who is ready to take a step, who want to make our country forward. We don't want this kind of mess up. People doesn't respect our constitution, and it's not only in the whole world. We must stand together, even whole Africa, that we don't want such kind of people coming to destroy people. They cannot be to live their own life. That is not democracy. Democracy is people, they live their own life. That is the democracy I'm fighting here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sister Rhoda. That's clear, and we're glad for that particular stand. It is important that we keep our country into the constitutional state of operations. We can't be a government or a society that sidelines the law to serve some purpose, and then bring it back when it serves our purpose. That is what I think Kenya Kwanza are committed to do in ensuring that they want to make the constitution as ineffective as possible, make it selective as possible. When it comes to UDA, the constitution can be sidelined. When the constitution stands for what UDA stands for, they emphasize that part. That's not how this country has been governed, and that is not how this country should be governed. And so these people are becoming unconstitutional with every passing day. And that's why I want every Kenyan to wake up and realize that what we have is a twisted people who don't want to follow the law, and they want to use the law for their own gain at the expense of the development and the advancement of the Kenyan people. And so let's do what we must do to get rid of bad leadership. And one of it is naming them and shaming them for these unconstitutional acts and steps. Let's listen to Nyari County as we continue with the conversation. Karibu.
Asante sana Bernard na kila mtu. I hope naeleweka.
Unapatikana, uko sawa, endelea.
Bernard, Kenya yetu hizi drama itaisha. So hii drama tulitarajia, si eti imetuchukua kwa mshangao, ni kitu tulitarajia. Na unajua ukitarajia kitu haikushtui vile. But mambo ya Rigiji, I think this man is just a village leader, or even village. Yeah, I think he belongs to the village in Mathira. Plus, the people who are around him, they are not even interested in helping him. You know, they just want him to keep on doing whatever he's doing. They just want him to keep messing up. Because Bernard, if it's let's say if it's a lack of manners or lack of leadership skills, why can't the boss take him to go and learn so that he can learn how to address the public, how to handle himself in public, how to walk and talk like a deputy president that he is. You know, they've just left him there to just mess himself up. And then after messing himself up, even the people around him from his village or his region also are not even interested in helping him. So these people, I think this man is just, he has been left alone. He's like a man on an island, you know, just standing by himself, and he doesn't even know what to do. And the people who are there are just enjoying it. Just the other time, he continues with threatening the chiefs. He thinks that he's the supreme. Yet the other time, they took his powers, gave to Mudavadi, someone with nothing. They sit the position that is not even in the constitution. What are these people telling us? You know, first of all, when they took the constitution, they just put it aside and they raised the sword. These people are ruling by the sword, not by the constitution. Because even in February, they've said that the cabinet will be appearing in parliament. What kind of system do we have in Kenya? Is it the parliamentary system or is the presidential system? And if it's the presidential system, why are they bringing parliamentary system? You know, that is violation of the constitution. So these people, I don't know, they were not ready for anything. They're just there to just fill their stomachs, travel, do whatever they are doing, while Kenyans are struggling, you know. People are busy struggling, Bernard. Next, by the end of the month, children will be going to school. What do we expect? Just yesterday, Ndindi Nyoro said Kenyans have to tighten their belts, to tighten their belts to fund the budget. The Treasury, he has also said It's gonna be a tough year, Bernard. And life is already not easy. What are these people trying to tell us? Even if we say that they should go, they must go, we are not wrong. Because if you can't take care of our needs, why do we have to keep you in the office? Which we never took you there in the first place. You were selected. And I see the people who selected him are busy now calling Baba for meetings. What meetings do they want Baba to have? We don't need those meetings, Then just a day after meeting Baba, the lady still goes and meets Biggie G. So why are they trying to bring confusion? Why they already meddled with our election? They should let us clean the mess that they created. They should not keep on messing it up, Let them leave us alone. Let them leave us alone to clean their mess. They should not continue messing up with it. And if Baba is listening, please, we don't want effective opposition. What is that? Who told them we need effective opposition in Kenya? What do they mean by effective? They want to create the office of the opposition. We don't need it. We want these people. In fact, Bernard, I'm praying for these people to fail big time. Because they were not ready for the job, let them fail big time so that the hustlers themselves can send them home. For me, I'm ready for them to go home even right now. I'm just waiting for the hustlers to feel the pinch, When you can't take your kid to school, when life has become so unbearable, when there is nothing that you can do that goes, you start to look for a solution. And so I want the hustlers to feel the pinch, and they're going to feel it this January. It's just some 2 weeks or maybe 1 week. They're going to feel it, Bernard, and then they will come to their senses. We are told choices have consequences. They made the choice. The Venezuelans and the people who are now still trying to meddle with us, help them. Let them leave us to clean the mess that they created for us. Thank you, Bernard.
Well, thank you, Nyan County. We appreciate that, and that's clear. I believe everybody getting that loud and clear. This country belongs to all Kenyans, and all Kenyans are equal stakeholders of this great country. Any person who thinks that is more special and it's more an honor of Kenya than the rest of us, he's deceived. The foreign powers that wants to impose leadership on us and then thereafter come and pretend to be establishing strong opposition. The establishing strong opposition where? Using which constitution? These people need to be, that's why at times I miss Moi. Okay, Moi used to say hata kama unaishi kwa nyumba ya nyasi, we bado ni head of your family as a man, na mtu apasi kutoka nje akuambie chochote cha kufanya. Some of these envoys needs to be chased from this country, to say the least, because you cannot be meddling with the internal affairs of the country in the pretext that you want to save face for your interference with the people's systems of determining leaders. This is insulting our intelligence. Mm? You cannot be preaching democracy and then interfering with the same democratic process. Then thereafter, you want now to purge it by trying to now make the winner the loser, and then you give him official opposition post. Which official opposition post for where? Our constitution doesn't have that, and nobody should be advocating for it. And so these envoys, as much as they should be accommodated, there are some excesses that should not be tolerated. And as Kenyans, we need to begin to do this. I think now that the current government seems to be so much twisted to incline towards defending anything that defends them. It is the Kenyan people that needs now to organize demos. We can organize demos, go to that wherever High Commissioner's office and tell them not to meddle with our affairs. Opposition seat for who? Strong opposition. In fact, Mike, I don't want to lose it, but Mike, come in shortly before we go.
Bernard, let me help you on that one. And I agree with you very much. There are countries which have serious problems that these countries never give an eye on. DRC Congo has been having problem. Nigeria has been having problem. Gold is being looted by the very people, the same people you are telling us have come to Kenya to give us advice. Gold has been looted for over 50 years from DRC Congo by these people, and they like their stability that is in Congo because they benefit from it. Boko Haram are killing young girls in Nigeria. I've never seen the British or American send a mission to the place. They call it our local problems, and they say let Africans kill each other. In South Africa again, and Bernard, I like going back to history. In South Africa, Mandela was in jail for 26 years. The British were there, the Americans were there, and they used to do business with South Africa. At what point did they find that they discover democracy? Was it last year or 2 weeks ago, Bernard, that discovered that there's democracy and there are certain people who need to live better than others? The hypocrisy, as you say, Mo used to say, is very disturbing. The double standards that these people apply, it is about their interests. It has never been about the welfare of Africans. And the sooner we wake up to that reality, we shall, as you say, be fighting for ourselves. Thinking that somebody will come out to help us is a wet dream. And the sooner we come out of it, the better, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mike, for that. We just have to bite the bullet and own up our country, because from the look of things, we don't have anybody to defend this country, like the sovereignty of this country. It appears that people have sold their commitment to this country, and the people in authority seem to be looking at this country as a card dealing proposal. Okay, I am now the president. I can sign for this country, and so I can open up deals for you, create market for you. Kenya is no longer a sovereign state where we are not willing to cede any ground in terms of our constitutional provision, especially when it's being pushed by foreign powers. It is bad. We should not take this sitting down. Keep. You are behind the camera again. What's happening? You can make your submission, please, before we bring in Kenya Sihani. Unmute.
Bernard, sorry, I'm having some challenges. If someone can go first, then I'll go later on. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Nyar County.
Uh, uh, Thank you, Bernard. Sorry, these people, they're just joking with us, you know. Kenyans, they think that Kenya is we are very democratic, so they can just meddle with our affairs just the way they want. They will soon realize that Kenyans, we are not who they think we are, because if we decide that we won't want it. So I'm just urging fellow Kenyans to come out, because these people should go as soon as possible. Life is already not easy for us. They should not make it so difficult for us, because their work is to make it easy. I just wanted to say hello to Guru. Welcome. It's been a while. Please keep coming. Don't get lost like that. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Nyar County. We appreciate that. Now, like just an example, a quick example before Kenya's Hami and then Guru. Britain has just gotten a prime minister. I think in a period of less than 60 days, they have had 2 prime ministers or 3. Now, can you imagine that our envoy in British is calling the prime minister or the other person that lost against the prime minister and advising him to create a strong opposition? Will British take that lightly? That our own British, our own Kenyan envoy is calling the loser of the prime minister seat in Britain, advising him to organize a strong opposition. Now, whatever they can't take, why are they giving it to us? And then sisi tunakaa tu tunaendelea kuwapigia makofi. Hii ujinga ikome. Let us come up with a new breed of thinkers who don't want to take nonsense from the so-called wherever Western powers and whatever name they call themselves. We need to safeguard our sovereignty. Hata tukiwa nyuma tunakuja polepole, lakini kuja kwetu polepole kuheshimiwe. You don't come and walk over us and tell us what to do. Official opposition for what? Kenya Sihani, karibu, vipi?
Hello.
Yes, how are you?
I'm fine.
Karibu.
But now, Mike, I've seen my fellow sisters and brothers and other people backbench. Hope mkopoa. I'm good. I thank God we are alive. We are still breathing. We thank God for the gift of life. Tunashukuru Mungu. Bernard, 2023, I hope will be a change. We want to see changes in our country. Gachagua'S na hii group yake, I just want to wake up in the morning or in the middle of the night, nione tu breaking news. So and so they're not in the office, even they're not in Kenya. Hao watu wametutesa na ukabila na chuki na wivu na kulipisha kisasi. Sasa hata I don't know how to express myself. What we are saying that it is a high time Kenyans to wake up. I remember in the Bible when Moses was leading the Israelites, Mungu alikuwa anamnena anamwambia mwende mchukue mahali fulani, hiyo shamba ni yenu. Na hiyo shamba wako wanaenda wakicheka, or they should just sit down that shamba itawakujia. No. Musa alikuwa anaandaa jeshi. Anawaita na mtashinda. Sasa Kenya tusikue tu Gachagua'S must go, Ruto must go, and we are seated back. Najua tunaimba on must go and we are seated. You know that one will not make sense. We need action. Because mali tunaelekea Bernard, the whole country is going to be in a mess. A lot of people are on jobless. Mbona kampuni mingi zimefungwa? More than 200 security companies zimenyimwa license ya kurun their businesses. Tell me, how watu wenye walikuwa maandiko na hizo kampuni wanaenda wapi? Ukuju pata the head of the state, second head, the second commander. Sijui anaambia machifu anawafuta juu alikuwa na support Raila. Kwani niulizeni tu swali wenye mko hapa, the Kikuyus, can you tell us? Kwani Wajaluo waliumbwa na shetani na Wakikuyu ndio wakaumbwa na Mungu na hizi kabila zingine, au ni nini inaendelea? Is there any problem supporting somebody who is not from your community? Hii ukabila Gachagua'S ataitoa kwa kinywa yake nini? Mzana ni sijui Ruto alitoana wapi na mtu. They're just of the same thinking capacity. Hata mtoto wa CBC I think akona very high capacity na akona heshima kidogo. But hao watu waheshimu katiba yetu tumbaye imepiganiwa na wazee wetu. Gachagua'S wajonja life, Ruto hajaonja maisha. huwa anajiita hustle wapi? Huyu hata hajaonja hata jela. Kesi zake mingi zimekanyagiwa hivi. Nobody's talking about it. We need somebody mwenye amepitia ile life hard ndio ataelewa hii the background of the poor people. Now tell me, this man called wazungu, where are they coming? If they knew Ruto was not somebody to trust, why did they mess up with the elections? Ati sasa wanataka kutengenezea Raila ofisi, wamemchukua kama spare part ya gari. Unajua ile tairi ukinunua gari ile tairi ndogo. Yaani amekuwa huko nyuma anachapwa na vumbi, saa zile kumaharibika ndio driver anakumbuka haya kuna spare part huko nyuma. No, we are not going to allow that. Yeah? We are not going to allow that. Raila sikubali hiyo kitu, asibebe ufala, kwani ni wheelbarrow ya kubeba mzigo. Wacha wheelbarrow wa hustlers wabebe. Unless Ruto ako na opposition leader wake mwenye anajengea ofisi. Mtu kama ma-DVD, ako pala as a ghost worker. He's nowhere to be recognized in the government. Walisema AZIMIO wanataka kuunda viti. And for them, what are they doing? They extended so many posts na sisi ndio tunaumia. Aya, siku hizi hata imefanya hata sifuatilizi political analyst. I'm tired. Ndindi Nyoro amesema aje? Tutafunga kamba. Tunafunga kamba wapi? Watu wamekonda, wamebaki mifupa mitupu. Wanafunga kwa mifupa ama wanafunga wapi hizo kamba? Sasa Ruto ni kuzurura. Akirudi akipumzika ni Gachagua. Ako hii town, ako hii county, yani za tourist. Si afungue, walisema wanafungua kanisa State House. Why can they open church State House? Wako na bishop pale anaitwa Bibi Anania Gachagua. Juzi nimeona Gachagua ameenda Mount Kenya. They have a good leadership there. Alafu Ruto sijui ndiye atakuwa overseer cause he's like alafu wakuchukua wakina Bishop Mwiru, hiyo group yote yenye support hiyo group wendo wa form church State House, hawatasikia tukiongea. Lakini Ruto awache kumangamanga, hata aende Nyanza mara 10 amwage milioni. That one will never change our mind. Nakumbuke hivyo. Hata enda wanunulie magari za milioni 6. Juzi anajifanya analipia Catherine Kasabuli 5 million. Juu ashakufa. Na wakati alikuwa Kenyatta akiomba msaada, mbona kujitokeza enda lipe hizo pesa? But mtu akishakufa ndo anajua kujitokeza. Sympathy. Which kind of sympathy is that? This person was there pleading for help. Where were they? I hate this nonsense. For real. I hate these people. And I don't hate them, but I hate the character they have. They are killers. Debu angalia. Mtoto alingolewa macho. Did you see anything government doing? Ni mashtaka tu huyu ameshikwa na hiyo kesi imenyamazia hapo. Nobody is helping to donate this child. Hata peleko India wakiwe macho. Can you see? Lakini mwenye ameuliwa gay, they are supporting sins. Sijui gay ameuliwa na bwana. Sasa sijui bwana alikuwa nani, bibi alikuwa nani, because oral men. Kesi wameinuka wanaingilia katikati wanafuatilia. Watoto wa watu wamenyongwa wametupwa River. I've never seen any DCI follow in that case. Yeah? Jacob Juma kesi yake ilienda wapi? Musanda aliuliwa kiunyama, kesi yake ilienda wapi? Where are we? Which kind of leaders do we have? Do we have entertainers in the State House or what is it? Si Mungu siku moja shuke na radi alikuwa anashuka akichapa wana wa Israeli wenye walikuwa na asi mambo zake. Sasa alikuwa anapasua ardhi na meza watu. Ipasue imeze watu tusahau. Let us bury these people forever because we are tired, Bernard. We as young mothers, single mothers, mkono mmoja ulipe rent, utafutie mtoto school fees. School fees ndio hiyo CBC ango. Sijui leta here and it's a lot of money. No jobs in Kenya. Watu wanaangaikia kwa Waarabu. And Arabs, they know the weakness of African countries. Do not know wanatesa wasichana huku nje. They talk. And they usually say, you Kenyans, we don't love you because of your leaders. Sasa zile tunataka tupate matunda angalau at least. Tuone ni nini inaendelea. Gachagua na Ruto. Venezuela. Niambie mzungu. I hate white men. Hawa wazungu hata ikiwezekana. For everything they have got country, we are pleading, we are crying, nobody's at peace. We don't know where to go. No jobs in Kenya, vijana ndio wataingia kwa wizi, na wizi imekuwa too much. Sahii hata kasabuni weki kanaenda, chakula jikoni ukipika inabebwa na sufuria because people are hungry. Kazi ya mjengo hakuna. What is this? Gachagua'S busy anafuta watu. Ukabila alimtesa juu alikuwa na support Azimio. Kwani Azimio ilikuwa imeundwa na kabila moja? So Wakikuyu walikuwa hapo ndani. Uhuru mwenyewe alikuwa hapo ndani. Instead of them uniting the country, they're splitting. Yani, it's like out of frying pan into the fire. I'm so saddened, Bernard. I don't know what to talk. I don't know. Wazungu waende. Mau Mau, we sang that song. I remember my headmaster used to sing it. Mzungu aende Ulaya, Mwafrika apate huru. We should remind those people. Mau Mau, the meaning of the word Mau Mau. Can they pack and go? We don't need them. Kakamega, we had some gold, I don't know, miners there. Kakamega saa ingekuwa mbali, Bernard, if I'm not wrong. Somewhere, I can't remember the place. Kwenye kulikuwa kuna chimbua magold. Saizi si Kenya ingekuwa mbali. Hatungekuwa tunahangaika. Turukana tuko na mafuta, lakini huku tunaambua mafuta hakuna. Why? And we have our own resources. These people are so stupid, including the head of the state. So stupid. Go to hell. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kenyan Sihami. Take it easy. We will get this done and fixed. We must arise to the occasion and save the day. We say that everybody experiences a level of insanity. I think our leaders are experiencing their own season of insanity. And we need to rise up and say, no, now that the pilot seems not to be sane, we need to get the alternative to see to it that we save our country from sinking. All the same, being in AZIMIO is not illegal. Belonging to a different political party is right in Kenya. If that irritates Gachagua, it is Gachagua'S funeral. He should he should know how to deal with that. But if these people came in power on the premise of state capture, using chiefs and the provincial administration wrongly, Uhuru Kenyatta has been using chiefs to harass people and all that. So is it now okay that they are now in power and they now harass the chiefs and the other provincial administrators? Something is amiss here. And it's becoming clear that the Kenya Kwanza, using their reverse psychology, are really what they preached, and that is what they want to establish. They are out to establish a lawless society, a society that sidelines the constitution to do what they want to do without being held to book. And that is one thing that we can't sit back and let the country slip into that particular state. So Wakenya wenye nia njema, tusimame imara, tuende kinyume na maovu yote ambayo yanaletwa, yawe yanaletwa na viongozi ama inaletwa na wageni. Okay, those foreign powers who wants to mess us up in the pretext that they want to create for us offices that they know are unconstitutional, and they don't want to use constitutional means to do that. Which envoy calls the person? I mean, you are in a country, you want to trade with Kenya, you talk to the president. What are they looking Baba for? I mean, except the acknowledging that Baba is the president and they can only cut deals with Baba. And if that's the case, then they should come out clear, not to come with this confused and gather and mix people. We'll take a short break, play a short video, then we bring in Guru just to ensure that everything is right in perspective. Nani mentioned it, so I will want to play that video before we drop that line of thinking. And then Guru, I love, of course, Mr. K is here with the new prophecy. I can see it. We want that prophecy in good time. All right. Let's get this fast.
Ongoing food distribution in Nyanza region. Owalo says the region, just like many other parts of the country, experienced crop failure, and vulnerable families deserve to be cushioned from the vagaries of crop failure. The ongoing food distribution in the region has attracted mixed reactions, with the opposition chief Raila Odinga terming it political. Achola Simon has more details.
Information, Communication Technology and Digital Economy Cabinet Secretary Eliud Owalo was in Reda sub-county of Siaya County to distribute food to vulnerable families, even as the ongoing exercise continues to draw mixed reaction from various quarters.
We will be giving you this food just as basic support to stem off famine. But when it comes to the long range, we want to look at sustainable food security. So we'll be coming back here with cheap fertilizer and seeds for you people to plant during the long race.
People do not need relief food. It is extremely disappointing. Harvests are poor all over the country. Nobody can feed on politics. Politics is over. If you are eating well, hiyo ni shauri yako.
The leaders also maintaining that the region was ripe for a political paradigm shift to focus more on tolerant and development-oriented politics as opposed to being in the opposition.
We want to talk about issues to do with the fishermen, the fishing industry, how we can establish fishing factories along the beaches here. Whether it is at Usenge, whether it is at Wichilum, whether it is Kamito, Luanda Kutieno, or Miurbe in South Nyanza.
The exercise coming few days to the expected visit by President William Ruto to the region. The leaders maintained that the president was welcome, calling on the residents to turn up in large numbers and receive him.
Wangapi wamekubali kwamba tumekaribisha William Samoei Ruto hapa tuone kwa mkono? Mmemkaribisha? Mtampokea kwa shingo na vigalagala? Mmekubali kwamba rais atutembelee hapa siku ya tarehe 14? Wacha nione kwa mkono wale wamesema kwamba rais akuje nione.
Achola Simon, Prime Edition, Siaya County.
Yohana Mpatizaji anaomba ruhusa Roda kuja kutembea. This is I have no words. Mr. Guru, karibu.
Hello. I hope you are doing well.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Bernard, you ain't seen anything yet. You know, I'm surprised that people are wondering how the chiefs could have received threats. That is the way regimes that are not stable behave. Those chiefs and many others that we don't know are going to face the wrath of this government. Not just them, but also others perceived to be obstacles to the existence of this regime. You know, the most interesting thing is that the position of the deputy president is such a big position for one to be engaging in intimidating the chief. If anything, if the deputy president had anything to do with the chiefs, he would have used the commissioner to get the message or to take action. But for a deputy president to call the assistant chief and chiefs and threatening them with a sack, that is the lowest that the Kenyan government can get. It either shows the holder of that position does not know the position that he owns and how heavy it is. He is the president in waiting, according to the Constitution. But anyway, what happens is this, Bernard. Populist governments like this one that came into power through all kinds of methods, by hook and crook, they normally find themselves cornered. Why? Because some of the promises made were extravagant and cannot be achieved. And therefore, those they promised, when they start agitating to have the promises fulfilled, we will find a government that is already prepared for them in all manner of things, including intimidation, even violence. Bernard, things are not good. Right now, I don't know whether you are aware, anybody who has a bank loan has over 5% eroded in the interest rates. Equity Bank has already sent a circular that if you hand a bank loan, you are paying at 13%, it's now 18% and above. The mortgage rates have also gone up. So if you had a mortgage that was going at 11%, 10%, you start paying at 16% or 18%. And so on and so forth. What is the implication of this? The implication is that if you took a loan to put up a business, you share what you are normally calling a profit with the bank. The end result is that businesses will have to close down because the ratios in terms of payment of loans, payment of workers, payment operational costs may not add up. Bernard, we are back to where we were before Kibaki took over the government, where businesses were always sitting on the edge. The base lending rates of the central bank were revised from 8.5% to 12.5%. And that is what the banks are responding to. Bernard, these are not good signs. And that only means that the existing businesses will go under a great strain, not only in paying higher rates, higher interest rates, but also higher costs of electricity and among other costs. What does that mean? It means some businesses will scale down, some will close down, some that were to start will not start. And this comes against the background of the government saying it will go aggressively for taxes in the next 1 year. Now, already the revenue collected in the last 1 month by KRA, they have missed the targets that they are set to collect. I am saying this so that Kenyans who have been thinking we are talking rubbish here can start understanding the environment in which we are operating, and that this what we have here is not vendetta or hatred. It is well argued situation of our country so that we can understand what we are up to. So, you are also aware, Bernard, and many Kenyans are aware, the rains have not been very good in most parts of this country. That means we will face a food situation, a food shortage situation for quite a longer time than we had envisaged. So when all this combined, and against the background of the promises that were made by the government, tukiweka Bibilia chini, bei ya chakula itakuwa chini, bei ya mafuta itakuwa chini, bei ya kila kitu itakuwa chini. That is a mirage. The war in Russia and Ukraine is not ending yet, which then means the fuel prices will still be high. Therefore, what is likely to happen is what now Kenyans should brace themselves for. The government will increasingly become inward looking. They will try to map out who is supporting the government and who is against the government. They will try to find who is criticizing the government and who is not criticizing the government. They will try to find out who is educating the public on what is happening, because that is the basis on which the public can act. So I'm not surprised that this is the mentality that the deputy president has. You are aware, he has already said that he will be telling the governors what to do. He's also said that they are going to sack government officials who showed like they supported the former government. All these are meant to make the public and the public service to understand that you have got to support this government or else kitaumana. That is the environment we are dealing with here. These are facts that can be verified. Bernard, it's what people are experiencing. I would really like to see the likes of my friend Mzalendo here and Duke and the rest, so that they tell us whether these are not facts and where they are leading us to. Because those are facts. Those are facts, and they are verifiable. They are there. It's not propaganda. Things are just about to get tough, perhaps tougher than the period preceding 2002 when Kebaki took over the government. The interest states will go haywire, and things can only get worse. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru. We appreciate that, and we brace ourselves for tough moments. But as Kenyan people, we can resist what is wrong and stand for what is right all through. Nico Diambo, I don't know which clip you're talking about. You can share the link, then we will see what to do about it. But what we are looking at is not getting even with what Raila did or what Raila did not do. We are looking at Gachagua and his agitation, or rather his irritation with the chiefs, simply because they supported Azimio. There is what is criminal about supporting Azimio. We've been supporting Azimio. So if the chiefs are being punished for the same, then we should also queue, because that the kind of mentality that Gachagua is carrying around as deputy president, is he still constitutional? Why was he taking an oath to defend a constitution that is now setting aside by victimizing people that did what they were required to do? And of course, their loyalty ought to have been to the president they were serving at that point in time. What were they after changing their loyalty to Gachagua? Who was Gachagua at that point in time? He was a first-time member of parliament. He's where he is by an accident that ought not to have taken place. So this line of thinking is what we are talking against. And then, of course, Owalo and team, they can go and live in Nyanza, can distribute food from house to house. Thereafter, they can take fish and take to the market on behalf of the fishermen. And when they are done, we will still be where we stand in terms of our stand on justice and equity, in terms of our political space. You can't change that by distributing food. Moi did it for 24 years, did not succeed. I don't think you can succeed in 300 days being in office. We are here to see to it that Owalo bringing food is too cheap. Huh? He should go and listen to Tuju. Tuju will tell him he came with mobile clinic. The first person to bring mobile clinic was not Mama Magi, Mrs. Uhuru Kenyatta. It was Tuju. And he brought it in the Riereda. I don't know what is this with the Riereda, where everybody goes to do something and tries to oppose Raila Odinga from the same. And all these political rejects in Nyanza are now talking about they cannot eat politics. Then why are they talking in the first place? They cannot eat politics. Then they have gotten food. Let them eat the food and keep quiet. Why are they attacking Raila Odinga and we cannot eat politics? This is the kind of mentality that belongs to the dustbin, that should not be allowed in this modern Kenya. We need to have people who understand that the way politics goes is the way the nation goes, and is the way the economy goes. Whatever goes wrong with politics goes wrong with everything else in the country. And then you come on the same pretext using God will help this country. Mike, you have something to say to before to Mr. K?
Yes. You know, you've talked of Owalo, and I'm just laughing. Owalo was appointed Minister of ICT. And the gentleman and the president actually being very, very corporate, came out with an executive order reading out the job description of each CS. And yet what we are seeing the ICT CS doing is carrying a gorogoro in a village, distributing maize, something a chief can do very, very comfortable, because Bernard, chiefs in villages are the ones who know which household need food. So for an ICT minister to go to a village and distribute food instead of telling us when our calling rates will go down, because they are still some of the most expensive in the region, is missing the point, because that's not in your job description. And I thought people should be professional enough to be accountable to the jobs they have been given. Bernard.
This is a confused government, incompetent in every word of the expression incompetent. They are playing politics, and their politics don't even look like politics, in the sense that they are not thought through. Of all things to take to Nyanza, it's not distributing food. If you want to change What is it that you can take to Nyanza to change the people of Nyanza in terms of standing for what is just, what is equal? They have been in this since 1960, from the 60s. The 60s came and went, the 70s came and went, the 80s came and went. And you want to think with one gorgor of maize, you're going to change them simply because you have come in the name that you are a minister of ICT? Owalo got 200 votes in Kibra. Those 200 votes, Mr. K, take it. Hii ujinga yote isamishwe katika bahari ya Shamu.
Asante sana. Unajua mimi siku hizi nakuita Mr. Speaker katika hii bunge la wananchi, na mimi ni the next member of parliament wa Limuru. Tulichagua mtu ni kama asikii vizuri, he doesn't go to parliament, so I'm going to replace him very soon. Once we have a revolution, then I'll be the member of parliament of Limuru. Having said that anaitwa Awiro, Aworo, ama nani? Who is this? You know, I even don't know their name because I don't want to remember them. Who are these people? Anaitwa Oworo.
Owalo.
Owalo. So
By the way, hold on, Mike, what does Owalo mean? I was told the meaning. I forgot.
Mike, tuambie Owalo inamaanisha nini ndio tuendelee na mjadala.
I think Mike has been hit. just go on. Somebody write for us Owalo means. You said. What?
I don't have an idea, guys. I don't have an idea.
Okay, sawa.
Whatever it means. But as you said, he is a minister of ICT and communication and this technology. Aende asambaze Wi-Fi. Vile tuliambiwa. Free Wi-Fi. Tukisumu yote. Asambaze simu. Na computers. Achane na mahindi. Because surely that is not his work. Kuna minister ambaye ana deal na reliefs. Na mambo ya famine na nini. Na hiyo tunajua. So I think Luo should be very careful. This is a very cunning president. In our region, he has come with too many Bibles, quotes, and the Bible and songs, and Thanksgiving services. And you know anything, if you want to win the souls and the people of Mount Kenya, enda na Biblia. It doesn't matter who you are. Sema wewe ni kiongozi, umetumwa na Mungu kuwakomboa katika mashida zao yote. The Kikuyus will follow you. I'm a Kikuyu, I tell you. I see what happens with my sisters and my brothers. The other day, they were conned houses of 10,000 by Gisedi Limited because a man used them, people of God, and used the Bible. He came with a big Bible, Psalms, and told them, God has come for your rescue. So they all trooped there, and now they are telling government it was idea. It is a weakness, and we pray for God that one day we are going to be sensible. So I'm telling people from Nyanza province, do not be hoodwinked. The president has launched so many projects for the last 10 years, even stadiums and toilets and what we call bridges. But hakuna imeshaitengenezwa. A good president like Mwai Kibaki even didn't launch Mount Thika Road. They didn't launch them. They just went to commission them. Commissioning is better than launching. Launching is a story that we have had in this country for many years. Yeah, if I tell you the projects that have been launched in Kenya, you might think we are living in London. We have seen so many balloons, Kienda Juu, that this is a time now we are going to build 5 stadiums. Yeah. So Luos, don't be hoodwinked with maize, na beans. That is politics that go kupelekwa Zimbabwe. I'm not against Zimbabwe, but I think the politics of these other countries like Somalia, those are the politics of Somalia, maize and beans. and Sudan, Southern Sudan and Eritrea. Huko ndiko watu wanapelekeango mahindi, maharagwe, ndio wanaweza kukua watu wanaingia katika siasa. We are out of that. We as a country, we need better promises, a people who can articulate and deliver their promises. Hii story ya mahindi haitusaidii sisi, because as the famous saying goes, don't give me fish, show me how to fish. My biggest question today, it was the government doing with over 7-point-something million young people under 35 years who have no employed, who have no jobs, or they are not employed for that matter. That is what should bother their mind, not maize, not beans. Because at the end of the day, if you empower the young people with jobs, they will take care of their families. They will take care of anybody today who works, and particularly the middle level people. These are people who are depended on, not only by their families, but depended on by people around them. So Nyanza, hiyo siasa ya mahindi ilikuwa ya Moi, inaitangwa handouts. Leo nakuletea mahindi, kesho nakuletea mboga, nakaa 1 week, nakaa one year without coming, alafu nakuletea maharagwe. You know, those kind of politics, I think they are outdated, and I can see Moism creeping in, and it is very, very sad. So for my own opinion on that is that go correct the maize, and don't, if you really want the maize, go correct the maize, but don't even stay there. Don't listen to that story. Those stories are boring. People of Nyanza needs job. They need opportunity, equal opportunity, like any other person in Kenya. And so that tour of William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, is an exercise in futility. It will not bear any fruits, because the people of Nyanza people, I love them because they have stood with the truth. They are integral people. I've actually lived with them. They believe in sometimes you go there, you see 90% respect others. They don't steal from others. They should keep that. Be poor, but keep that integrity for the rest of your life. Wale wanataka kubebwa na Bible, na mikate, na maharagwe, let them continue. So that exercise will not help the Mr. Awalo or Willow, whoever is going there to whatever. The other thing I want to talk about is this deputy president. I see somebody called Maina in the comment section saying that he is our kingpin. He is not our kingpin. A kingpin should even know how to shut his mouth when he is in church, you know. A kingpin should know how to talk, not verbal diarrhea. A kingpin should know how to dress. So there are simple things. The other day I said people address you the way you dress. Yeah. If you're smart enough, unaweza kama for example vile Bernard anakaa, because he's very smart, you can go to Kempiski without money and be allowed in. But if you dress oversized clothes, matambara, you cannot even access the gate. Utaambia umepotea ndugu yangu, are you okay? Kichwa yako, are you good? Because you've been addressed the way you are. So the way we address this man is the way he dresses. First of all, you're oversized. You don't know how to shut your mouth even when you're supposed to. Even when you're praying, your mouth is open. That is the worst kingpin we have ever had then. But because we have very good people in Mount Kenya, I propose even Samido, the singer. I think he dresses well. Samido can be a good kingpin of Mount Kenya, rather than Gachagua. So those people in the comment who cannot come here and tell us why we should accept this guy as a kingpin, should shut up. Shut up. And then the stories of Mau Mau, as if Mau Mau did. What did Mau Mau do? And I'm sorry, this is my own opinion. I know everybody has his own opinion on Mau Mau. People believe Mau Mau did a very good job. In my own opinion, Mau Mau did nothing. And I'm sorry, Gur might differ with me, but I find us more in bondage today, if I look at the times when they were there, than even the days of the colonialism. We have worst colonialist today. So these people who sent themselves to the forest, they did a lot of nothing to me. Because I look at the people who went to the forest to fight for our independence, Bernard. One, Mr. Kimathi. Yeah? We have been fundraising for the mother since independence. She has been actually locked in her house in Donholm many times. What independence and Mau Mau are we talking about? Afadhali hata tungekaa na wazungu for until 2012. Sahi hata tungekuwa na panelist half caste hapa, you know. And you know, Bena data pali huko ungekuwa na swimming pool, because wazungu don't steal toilets, they don't steal loads. Hautaiusikia ati mzungu amegrab barabara, amejenga nyumba, you know. And then unakuja kutuambia hey, Mau Mau, sisi tulipigania uhuru. Nini uhuru gani uko nayo? Au na unakaa njaa, you are living a life of poverty. Which uhuru is that? And you don't have a land, hauna nyumba. And then you are telling me hey, tulipigania, mimi ni Mau Mau. Hey, nini Mau Mau saa ngapi? Hiyo kazi ya Mau Mau haitusaidii, haikusaidia Kenya. Tulitoa minyororo kwa wazungu, tukatoa minyororo kwa wazungu, tukawekwa minyororo ya Waafrika. Afrika wambaya sana. Ndio sababu unaona mtu kama minister akona nyumba 200 na Kenya mzima, 200 houses, and I won't mention because we don't mention names. Unakuta mtu ambaye ni mwanasiasa akona na shamba 2500 hectares. Hiyo ni kama inchi zingine ziko na shamba aina hiyo. And then unatuambia ati Mau Mau sijui nini. Hiyo ujinga wa Mau Mau must stop. They are not helping. They didn't help us. In fact, those who fought for Mau Mau are the poorest in this country. So your story, and Gachagua did not fight for Mau Mau. How can you say you fought for Mau Mau and we know that you are even, anyway, I don't get to deep in stories, but it is not helping us. That's what I'm saying, Bernard. Mau Mau did not help us. We are not able to pay school fees today. We are not affording school, hospitals. We do not have the basic amenities of Kenya. We cannot have a 3 square meal. Yeah, we cannot have good shelter. And then you are telling us about Mau Mau. We don't have good roads. We don't have good schools. We don't have good hospitals. We don't have anything. 7.5 million people are jobless. And then you're giving us stories of Mau Mau. Oh, Mau Mau walijituma, wakafanya ile kazi, lakini to me, in my own opinion, they did a lot of nothing. They helped very few people. The economy of Kenya, it is controlled by less than 7,000 people. And then you're telling me about Mau Mau? Which Mau Mau? They fought to give these people the economy. And that is why we are told, Kenyans, brace yourself. It's going to be economical. We are going to get into economical hard times. Why? Because them who are telling us, they live in gated communities. They go to abroad each and every day, and then they are giving us stories of Mau Mau. So Mimi, to me is hogwash. It's my opinion. You can have your own opinion. But Mimi, I would have preferred tungekaa na wazungu kidogo. Tungekuwa hata na mapointi wengi sana hapa. Anyway, I'm not obsessed with pointi, but I'm just saying, this is the kind of a country we lost and gave it to Pataperi. And that is why we are where we are today. Because every now and then, everybody opens their mouth. I'm Kingpin, I'm Mau Mau, I'm fighting for Kikuyu. There's something that happened today. People, and I think it was said by the Senator of Nairobi, Sifuna. that people knew the tribe of Catherine Kasifuli when she died. Personally, I didn't know she was a Luya. I thought she was from Coast. And Kasifuli teaches people. It's not about tribe. It's not about tribe. It's about your contribution to this country. What have you done to the country? What are you doing to improve the lives of people? But there are people here, every time they woke up, it's my tribe. We support our tribe. We support Matatu because it is for our tribe. We support Sijui Hawkers. They are my tribe. Until we get out of that kasumba. Hiyo kasumba na ujinga ya ukikuyu, ya ukabira, ya Matatu, ya Hawkers, ya nini, we will not grow as a country. And that is why I'm mad with people talking about Mau Mau as if we have achieved anything through that Mau Mau liberation. Mau Mau did their part. But as far as I'm concerned, the people who fought for Mau Mau are in big problems. And the people who are in power today don't even know what Mau Mau meant. So tungekaka na wazungu could be in a decent country. The other thing I want to finish is this KCSE. You see, KCSE ni kama imeingia wanasemanga na Kiswahili kitumbua kimeingia mchanga. We might not even get good results or real results because it seems the marker, the people who are marking are being upset and they sabotage. So we as Guru says, this is no joke. We are not talking things that are not happening. These are facts. Kenya is on the drain. It is becoming a banana republic. On which country have you ever heard? Even Somalia is better, where over 20 people have been, corruption cases have been thrown away. Where have you heard? 20 people. Even the most corrupt country has never done that. And then we sit here and laugh as if everything is okay. We are saying this as the people of Kenya. A time is coming because even Martin Luther King said, you can never oppress people forever. You might try, but a time is coming and the day of reckoning is coming. This country, we need it back. And we shall get it back. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, asante sana Mr. K, we appreciate that. Naona Mr. Guru has an issue. Just a moment, I want to address Ann Maina. Ann Maina, inaonekana wewe unajidai Mkikuyu na ujui Kikuyu na ujui mila na desturi ya Wakikuyu. Ukisema Gachagua ni kingpin, alianza kuwa kingpin lini? Okay, kupitia njia ipi? Because Uhuru Kenyatta alitawazwa akawa kingpin wa Mount Kenya. Vivyo hivyo ndivyo Kibaki na wengine wote wale wamekuwa kingpin wa sehemu hiyo. Gachagua alitawazwa lini na nani, saa ngapi? Kabla tuanze kuongea hiyo, mtu kudai kwamba yeye ni kingpin doesn't make him kingpin. That is how you become. And so you seem to be naive and loudmouth. Ama umejoin ile mshahara 20,000 ya 36 bloggers wale wa resign, and so you are running your, let me not say it, Mr. Guru.
Bernard, what I want to say is this. The kind of policies that seem to be being put in terms of economics don't seem to add up. You cannot introduce a loan scheme, the so-called Hustler Fund, and then On the other hand, the interest rates that mostly, those who do big business depend on go haywire. Something will have to give in. Kuna kitu itaenda mbaya hapa. Unajua, mimi naongea kwa sababu miaka ya 1990s, those who are aware of that period, kuna watu walipoteza mali, walikuwa wameanza kujenga manyumba, mortgage wakalemewa katikati juu ya interest rates kuenda juu. Waona, makampuni ikafunga kwa sababu haingeweza kulipa ile mkopo na mambo mingi. Na unajua mambo ya uchumi si ya kuongea peke yake. Uchumi inatekelezwa na inatunzwa. Kwa hivyo ni kusema hivi, hapa hakuna mchezo. Ukiona interest rates zinaruka na 5% mara moja, hiyo ni kumaanisha uchumi iko katika hali mbaya. Leo Bernard, ulikuwa labda unajua utalipa nyumba yako milioni 2, lakini unaitishwa milioni 4. Okay? Hiyo ingine utatoa wapi? Na huku hata umepanga hiyo. That's how you lose your house if you are paying some part of mortgage and so on and so forth. Kwa hivyo hii maneno inagonga kila mtu. Inagonga wale wanajiita middle class, inagonga wale wako chini, kwa sababu akiwa sasa nasikia watatoa subsidy ya school fees ambayo inasaidia wale hawajiwezi pale chini. Basi mambo takuwa imekuwa na shinda zaidi. Sasa lakini swali ni je, kwa sababu hata capital projects ni kama shimama, kama mabarabara kama hii inaitwa Mau Summit na zinginezo, Mau Road na zinginezo. No, these are the projects that add up to what we call GDP. Kwa hivyo ile naona mimi hii mwaka itakuwa ngumu zaidi. Mambo isiporekebishwa, hii mwaka itakuwa ngumu hata zaidi ya ile tumetoka. Sababu ya hizo mambo nimesema hapa. Hustler Fund saa hii ukiangalia mzuri, Bernard, hawapeani zile statistics tena. They are not giving those statistics anymore. Why? Kwa nini? Sababu ni kwamba zaidi ya 75% ya zile fedha zimepeanwa kwa vijana hazirudishwi. And there doesn't seem to be any hope of the same. So these are all experiments that are coming back to haunt this government. Uchumi ni kitu inataka kutunzwa sana. Unajua Kibaki, mambo ya uchumi haikuja tu hivi. Vile alifanya ni kumaanisha kwamba aliachilia fedha ambazo ziko kwa benki kwa wananchi wafanye biashara. Akaokota pesa ya ushuru akatumia mzuri na akakopa kidogo. Sasa hapa kufikiria kwamba utainua mamilioni ya watu na kuwapatia 500 ambayo hawalipi, kwa sababu wengi wao hata si wana biashara, That is wasted funds. I'm wondering how the Auditor General will account for that money. Because for me, I think I've said in this forum before that this is going to be one of the first big scandal of this government. Because accounting for that money will not be very easy. Itakuwa utapeli wa hali ya juu. Kwa hivyo, kuna watu wanafikiria ni kuongea tu tunaongea hapa, lakini uchumi ni mbaya. Wale walichukua ushukani wanaonekana kama hawana mawazo vile watakuamua hii uchumi. Ni kunjaribu ile unaitanga korongoro ama ni karongoro. Hapa na pale, hapa kule. Haiwezekani. Kuna kitu itaenda mbaya na imeanza kuenda mbaya, na wale huyu jamaa amewapea kazi, wengi wao wamekimia. Sijui kama Bernard umeona wengi wamekimia. Where is Moses Kuria? Ako wapi? Wako wapi? Where is David D na wengineo ambao wamepewa kazi na hii serikali? Kimeumana mbaya, bofu. Hawajui wataanzia upande gani. Things are bad. Lakini pia mimi siwezi furahia mambo ikienda mlama, lakini my conscience is very clear because these are the things we tried to talk here over and over and over again before August elections. Wale watu wataumia zaidi ni hao walikuwa wanajiita hustlers. Hawa ndio wataumia zaidi. Na bando wameanza kuumia. Sijui sasa mwishowe watalaumu nani. Uhuru aliwaambia hawakusikia. Basi wacha kiumane, wacha tuone itakuwa namna gani. Tuko kwa hii basi together. We are in this bus together. Asante sana, naona Ronda amekuja. Leo sijui kama ataleta maombi kama ile siku ya kusisimua.
Asante Mr. Guru. We appreciate that. Things seems to be getting tougher for the think tank for Kenya Kwanza. And I think, if I'm not wrong, they have given up on trying to solve the Kenyan problem. That is why they are concentrating on politics. Just observe the pattern of the movement of Kenya Kwanza. They have done nothing since they assumed office except trying to organize themselves for 2027 politics. Try to get Western, try now to get Nyanza, try to get Coast. That's all they are concentrating on, the political perspective. Maneno na economy, nothing. Their subsidized fertilizer seems to be bound to fail. And now that, I hope it's not God, but they bragged about fertilizer. And now that they will have fertilizer and no rains, what is going to happen? Will fertilizer translate into maize? And they will have the cost of living dropping. This is very, very interesting times to be alive. All the same, karibu kila mmoja. Asante kwa kuendelea kutegea Mtembei TV. Tafadhali tunakuomba endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, ili wote tukamakinike pamoja tunapojadili siasa zetu, na tuwajibike kuhakikisha kwamba hatutaangalia nchi ikitokomea. Tutasimama imara kutetea haki ya kila Mkenya, ili kila mmoja apate nafasi yake na haki yake. Karibu kila mmoja. Sister Rhoda, ujumbe wako.
Hi. I was watching some picture from Rwanda. Oh my God, Rwanda is going very far. By the way, me, I'm coming to Africa and I'm going to visit Rwanda. Rwanda is, I love, because he had been very stand still and he have a bold. That man is have been fighting for his own country. He went to the jail to fight for the corruption. Rwanda have been problem with the tribal. They were fight. I don't know they are the same tribe, the Kutusi. I used to meet people from Burundi. I asked them, but they don't like to talk about those things. But everybody know 1994. We have two tribe in Rwanda, but it's amazing country, and even Burundi is going very. Actually, those countries are very beautiful. Even Burundi is very fantastic. It's more beautiful than Kenya. It's much hills and it's very tourist. I like so much Burundi. You know what I want to talk about, Bernard? You have been talking here many times. If we be honest, me and you, we are born again and we believe the truth. It's always set us free. Many people they hear the truth. It hurts, but set us free. Sometimes we always try to hide the truth. And some people they don't like to speak that. Some people they try to escape the truth. They try to bring something because they hide. They put like mask. But this is a reality. Many countries in the world they have been colonized. U.S. I hope people from Western countries like in America, you have been colonized by Britain, right? Canada was colonized by Britain. Austria was colonized by Britain. Senegal was colonized by France. Many countries, whole world, but we don't live for the colonized. Those are 19th century. We don't live that. We live the new.com. We live the new generations. Why do we Kenya? We all talk about colonize. Why Uhuru Kenyatta was there? We didn't talk about colonize. When Moi was, me, when Moi was there, I was here with my grandmother. Oh, my grandmother used to sing those songs. White people they beat us, but my mother, not my grandmother was not beaten, but she used to tell us like my grandpa, my mother. So, but I used to learn in the school. We are colonized by white people. They came, they beat us, they beat our grandfather, and I think every Kenyan tribe. Every tribe in Kenya, they pray for the part. Maybe Mau Mau can be from Western Kenya, Kabirian. We don't know really the history. We don't know. Is God know the truth? Because we know. In the morning, I try to say here, we are the same blood. We have the red blood. Nobody, me, I don't know. Maybe I'm a Kikuyu. No, I don't know what I'm a Kenya. I'm Kenya. I don't know whether Kikuyu, Louis, or whatever. I'm a Kenyan. Even I remove my blood. I remove one woman from Britain. I remove my Biden remove his blood. We have the red blood. We don't have two blood. Why right now in Kenya is very popular about colonize? Why we didn't talk about those things? We know Mr. Jomo Kenyatta, he was the first president. Actually, Jomo Kenyatta was a minister. I was reading his history. He was a minister 1959. Then he came the president 1969. So there's a lot of story behind. Many story behind. And it's not only Kenya, whole country, they have the history. And we cannot, the way Ruto was saying that we cannot forget about the history, we always remember. And the history whole world, it makes us even to know who we are. That's why you go to America, you saw like a picture of Martin Luther King. There is a Black African American, Black American. They have the agri, not like a, I don't know, like these statue things, how they come from, blah blah. This is Washington disease. Once it's Washington disease, sometimes I slap my English. And I'm telling, and the movement, they have a history Martin Luther King when he was going Washington disease, when he said black and white, they need to be treated. They say, the black people, they were not allowed to go to school, they only white people. And that history is, and that's why in America, every day they celebrate for Martin Luther King, every year. I used to write in Facebook, because I do what America they do. I say some America preacher, oh, Martin Luther King, what he did. And that's good. That is remind how he fight for the black people in America. That's why a lot of, like you go to America, a lot of black people, they are politicians, they work in the TV, they are, because Martin Luther King, he played his own part. And that's a history. Actually, he didn't even able praise because what he did. People like Mandela, those people we recognize the whole world. Everybody have played a part in our country. If you have been fighting for democracy, even Mzee Jomo Kenyatta could be alive. He could win a praise because he make it. You know, he make it to fight for our country. Colonized. And that's why we are happy. Whether you are from Luo, whether you are Masai, whether you are happy because you are, you know, hakuna mtu anaweza kwambia ati hata ukionyesha mtu kipande yako hivi. Unaona kama mimi nikikuja Europe, I went to the migration where they asked me, when did you take your passport? We have authority. Where do you get your passport? Authority, we have authority in Kenya, right? We cannot, you know, they have to ask me those questions. And that's a fact. We cannot go to another country without a visa, and we have to go to embassy because we have this, our passports, Jamhuri of it. And that is not only Kenya, even here as well, even in America, whole world, you cannot travel without a passport. Why Kenyans? Ruto came, everything changed. That means Ruto was planning for many years. Even when he was a member of parliament, Washigisu County, he will come to threatening us with the colonize. Ask your question like a Kenyan. I'm not talking about Kikuyu or Luo or Luya or Kareji. I'm talking as a Kenyan. Can you ask? That means Ruto, he have a grudge with the Kenyatta family, that and Moi family, because those are a family that have been very popular in Kenya. Mzee Moi was popular, and Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Remember, Moi was a vice president. Those people, and that's why Uhuru Kenyatta was always together with Gideon Moi, because they're like a family and sister and brother. So this guy, huyu jamaa Ruto, alikuwa ameplan, I'll do something to Kenyatta family. Unaona, kila kitu amefanya, amempunish Mama Gina Kenyatta, na huyo mama ni wa taifa wetu. By the way, Mama Gina, she will be always our mama. She was a first. Hao wengine ni fake. Hata bibi ya Uhuru. Huyo first lady Mama Gina. Ooh, that woman, she is our heroes. We need to represent her. She need to win a neighbor prize. How she make it? Huh? So there's a many things. We have a history in our country. So Ruto, I think this one guy, yes, he said here some weeks ago, people from Western country, they like when Africa we have a dictators because they can play their own part. They can try to hide their own mask behind. But when you are not credible, but not all Western, it's only in America and UK. They are playing their own part. I know some countries in Africa, they have been recognized like France. They colonized Senegal. In France, they love Senegal. There is a lot of French people. They love them. They speak, oh my, I love France. Bonjour, they love them. Why the British people, they love us and they feel proud of, they coming to destroy our country. Shame on you, British. Shame on you, US. Even you are colonized by America. Why your country, you're not?
That's enough. That's enough, Rhoda. Thank you. We appreciate your givings and submission to as you agitate for a better Kenya, which is the concern of all well-meaning Kenyans. But like given the guideline, let us not go all over the world to open many things that we cannot close as we debate. Try and restrict yourself within our debating so that our viewers flow with what is doing, and we also do justice to the topic of the day. There are videos that have very alarming titles. You click on it, it has nothing related to the title. We don't want to be part of that sensational marketing system of some bloggers are using on YouTube to woo people to have clicks and views. We want to be part and parcel of what is truthful and what is straightforward in helping Kenyans find information. And there are many people who trust this channel that when they turn in, they will get credible information. They will be able to understand the situation. And so let's keep towards that. Grateful for everybody. Thank you, everyone who is watching from wherever you are. We will make this country great. We will rescue this country from folly, but we must give ourselves to continued pressure and continued insisting on what is right. And no doubt that the 100 days of Kenya Kwanza are proving that Kenya Kwanza is not serious about making this country constitutional and ensuring that the constitution is used as a safeguard for each and every Kenyan. From all their treatment of the judiciary, treatment of the parliament and the senate, even the decision on the minority and the majority, all of it seems to be a sidelining of the constitution or using the constitution in a wrong way. The way they went about the Cherera 4 and all that, it's becoming clearer that these people are anti-constitutionalism, although they want to appear to be as if they are following the constitution. And so that's a very dangerous move, especially in the first days of a new administration. If the first 100 days look like this, what will be the first 300 days? What will be the first 2 years? I mean, we can't allow this. As the Kenyan people, we have only one safeguard, and that is the constitution. And now, since these people don't believe in that constitution, we need to use that constitution to get rid of them. If we don't, then we should be prepared to be terrorized, to be threatened, to be used wrongly, and that will not go well, especially for our children and our children's children. Jeremani, habari ya leo? You're welcome.
Asante Bernard. I'm always well informed when I put my ears to this forum, and I'm always appreciative of the debate that always goes on there, even when I don't come on live. Thank you. I must salute you for creating the energy for this forum to go on. Thank you very much. I also want to salute Robert there. I'm always keen to listen to the perspectives she shares, very patriotically, with a lot of zest, and you can see that the passion she has for the country is always there, even if she's not in the country. I'm always also inspired by the wise words of Mr. Guru. And many times when I see Guru on air, I always say this is going to be a very fruitful engagement. And I always, even when I'm doing something, I take pause to listen. So I also salute Mr. Guru. Having said that, I come to the topic as you have mentioned, and I see it scrolling there, and it says the era of terror back in Kenya. And I believe this is coming hot on the heels of the recent pronouncements about chiefs who are perceived to be leaning AZIMIO. One of the things I believe we have a problem in Kenya is that we have over the years made the civil service to become a tool of government, a tool of the people entrusted with governing the country. And we have almost personalized the roles of the chiefs so that the chiefs are now considered to be the servants of those in government as opposed to be leaders of the sovereigns or charged by the sovereigns. And I always like going back to history a bit so that history can help us understand how some of these roles have come to be and how these roles are being exercised. And today I want to start from what Bwana Guru mentioned. Bwana Guru mentioned about Kibaki's era of economic prosperity. I don't want to be cynical, I don't want to be critical, but I also want to take a step back and say Are we falling into sentimentalism? And when I talk about sentimentalism, I question the following. Kenya was at a very bad state as at 2001. The World Bank put together a team that says, how do we revive the economy of Kenya? At that point, of course, corruption and matters to do with non-working civil service were top of the agenda. And people like, what's his name? People like Leakey had been brought to streamline government. He didn't succeed. It was just too much and there was no political will. People like Nyachai came in, but in time they also resigned. In fact, when Nyachai resigned, the last time he resigned so that he can go into politics. And these are the indicators that there has been a historical, but I'm just speaking from maybe 20 years back. The sentimentalism that I'm talking about is Kibaki took over when things were at their lowest, possibly, in that era. And it didn't take much for anyone to revive the Kenyan economy. All you needed to do is provide leadership to the various commissions, to the various institutions, and then they would kick in motion the mechanisms to restore the economy. So essentially what I'm saying is, yes, Kibaki was an economist, but let us remember it was David Muiraria who was the Minister for Treasury at that time. Why do I pick on Muiraria as a starting point? In 2003, the NAC government inherited a budget that had already been approved that year before Kanu left. And when the first budget was read by David Muiraria in June of 2004, it was pointed out that there were certain aspects in the budget that had already factored corruption. And that was the basis of the never-ending Anglo-leasing saga. The matter was debated in Parliament, and it was established that Anglo-leasing started while Isaac Cheruiyot was still having a lot of sway. What am I saying here? I'm saying that there was inheritance of corruption from the previous regime, and there was no proactive measures taken to stamp it out. I'm not straying away from the topic. Maybe there will be concern. The topic is about chiefs. I'm coming back there. I'm just giving a little history to put some context. When Muiraria read the next budget, 2004, that's when it was established that corruption was actually taking root. And the question was, why did this NAC government, which was intended to stamp out corruption and bring people to prosperity, perpetuating the corruption that was there before? My output to that point is this. There are three things the Vision 2030 talks about. Number one is economy. Number two is the social pillar. Number three is the political pillar. So that we move away from sentimentalism, one of the first things we need to ask ourselves is, yes, the economy performed well. How did the political machinery of government at the time under Kibaki perform? How did the social pillar under Kibaki perform? I want to jump back to Moi's time, and I want to go as far back as 1978. When Moi came into office, one of the first things he did was suspend all KANU branch activities from the month of August all through to November. August, September, October, November. In those days, what was happening? That is the time Moi used to consolidate his hold on the KANU structures and KANU as a party. At that time, the chiefs were used as a part of the consolidation. So as you can see, there's been a very deliberate or direct approaches by the people in government to use chiefs to achieve their own political or power schemes. I want to also move within the same lines to the aspect of chiefs being or power, not directly targeting chiefs, but power being showcase. I always ask the question, and we all know this, does Joe Biden have an aide de camp, an ADC? For those who don't know, or at least to allow for those who may not recall immediately, the ADC is the person who stands directly behind the president. And I always ask this question, why is it that it is African states and many others in the Commonwealth that choose to have an ADC standing right behind the president? In a way, it is a show of power. Most times it is. But it is that show of power that indicates where the leanings are, right? And I always find in my observation that it is the weakest nations that always want, the leaders always want to have the ADC standing behind them while they're addressing the nation. And I've always questioned, why is this need to show power always manifesting in that regard? And you can quickly pick and see the chiefs then become another forum where power is shown, so that if the deputy president gives a directive to chiefs, it is also a show of power that these people are under my direct control and we can do as we wish with them. And I'm saying it is high time we really start thinking about how power is used, displayed, and is it working to the benefit of the citizen, or is it working to the benefit of those in power? I wish to leave it at that note. I know there's a lot of wisdom in many of us, and we can be able to interpret in one way or other where I was heading. I appreciate. Thank you, Bernard.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. You've done well taking us that path. I'm sure most of us have been able to piece together the pieces and begin to discern the pattern. And it's clear that William Ruto seems to be with that old Kano book of rules. And he's not allowing anything to distract him from it. Not the hunger of Kenyans, not the cost of living of Kenyans. He wants to implement the Kano structure to the later and revert the country to not even welfare system, handouts economy. And if Kenyans don't take charge right now, they should just say bye to the rule of law in the country. We'll no longer have that constitutionalism that we have had with Uhuru Kenyatta to some degree, where Uhuru Kenyatta was restrained in doing whatever he couldn't do constitutionally. But we're having here a forthright, outright defiant of constitution provision and seeking alternative means. From the explanation on how the Cherera were treated, they say they found an ambit through which the Hustler Fund came into being through an ambit of the law, the weak point that didn't need to approval by the parliament. And then the Cherera 4 also, they were passed regardless of constitutional threshold. The hearing is supposed to be 14 days per issue, and the evidence need to be adduced before the committee. The committee need to ventilate on the evidence adduced. If it meets constitutional threshold, that is when they will sanction the president to constitute a tribunal. But look at the way things are being done, and so it is clear we are back in the Moi era and Kanu era, where the law and the constitution was to serve the government, not to serve the masses. And if we allow this to last longer than is on right now, we may not be able to stop it. It will grow horns and take roots, and we will get back to that old time. And so, as we all observe this, and I know that majority of the young Kenyans are not seeing this. They think it's business as usual. Some of them call us here as time wasters, grumblers, complainers, because they were not part and parcel of what was transpiring then. We need to understand here that if somebody is obsessed with power and he wants to use power to get anything done in his way, he is a terror and a threat to the welfare of Kenya and Kenyans. And so I urge every Kenyan, wherever you are, look at this critically. Tuache hii story ya kuangalia maswala kwamba ni AZIMIO ama ni UDA. Tuangalie nchi yetu kama Kenya. You brought in the issue of Kibaki. Kibaki, I'm sure when he ran for presidents with the blueprint on how to recover the economy. And he knew that when I get into office, this is what I'm going to roll out. And when I roll out this, is going to have this outcome. And one perspective is, having been a Minister for Finance and having been involved into economic issues for the country, he knew what is the population of Kenya, and he knew what percentage of the population of Kenya is working, is productive for that matter. Okay? And he said, if we can just increase the population, the percentage of the population that is working, that is productive, will reverse what? The economy, the economic trend. And he got in when the economy was at negative. And within no time, things turned around. And in my opinion, that is how an economy is recovered. If we are 25 million adults, okay, and of the 25 million adults, only 5 million are working, there is no way this 5 million will sustain the rest of the country forever. The only way to begin to change this perspective of economic approach is make sure that this 25 million adults, let's add to the 5 million another 5 million. Then within a year, another 5 million. Then we'll have a maximum of 20 million productive Kenyans. And the moment we have 20 million productive Kenyans, the burden will be easy, the economy will pick up. Lakini wewe unataka kuinsist the 5 million to continue giving tax, and they will increase collecting of tax. You're not adding anything to the production, yet you want to recover an economy. Kenya Kwanza is misplaced, misled, and confused, to say the least. And so, as we look at this as the people of this great country, we need to embrace the fact that if the driver is lost and we are all in the bus, we'll all get lost, no matter how much we keep quiet while he's driving. Wakati wa kuzusha umefika, na tuzushe kwamba hakwendi hivi. It doesn't work that way. Any Kenyan of right thinking knows that if you don't increase productive people, you can't change the economy. Hata kwa maombi, haiendi. Of course, I'll get back to Bible. You know, I'm a Bible teacher. wana wa Israeli wanaingia kwa promised land. Mungu anasema siku ya mana imeisha. Okay? The following day kila mtu achukue jembe tuende kwa shamba. Hakusema vile nyinyi mmepakwa mafuta, ninyi ni watoto wa Musa, mmeokelewa kwa fimbo ya Musa Ministries International, mtakula na kulala bila kulima. No. Joshua aliambiwa, ambia wana wa Israeli waanze sasa kulima na kupanda. Nimewapikia miaka 40 imetosha. Sasa mwanze kujipikia. Mwanze mkitaka milk and honey, begin to rear bees and begin to rear animals. The approach that Kenya Kwanza is giving is for the poverty of this country. And they have calculated so well. They want Kenyans to be beggars so that they can rule them as long as they want. We must say no to that. Thank you. Unless Jeremiah, you have something to say on that, we can go to Mr. K. Okay. Mr. K. Iko upako ingine hapa town ningependa kucheza saa hii, ndio ukianza kuchangia utuambie hii ni upako gani. Ile tulisema God have mercy on me.
Uangalifu na kutumia kinga iwapo wanataka kufanya ngono, haswa wale wasio katika ndoa. Hii ni kufuatia ripoti iliyotolewa na shirika la KEMRI lililotangaza kuwa kuna visa vya kisonono vinavyotanda nchini. Watafiti hao waliweza kubaini kuwa sasa kuna kisonono kisichoweza kutibiwa kwani haisikii dawa. Helena Ura anaarifu.
Kipenga kimepulizwa. Kipenga cha ongezeko la magonjwa ya zinaa haswa jijini Nairobi. Ripoti iliyotolewa na shirika la kitaifa la utafiti la KEMRI linasema kuwa huenda sasa ugonjwa wa kisonono ukakosa dawa kwa wengi baada ya aina hii kugunduliwa. Hofu ya waathiriwa kuwa tasa ikiwepo.
And we took 379 women. We swabbed them. Then we took the swabs to our lab and we checked what sexually transmitted infections they have. Amongst other infections, we found gonorrhea. For gonorrhea, we found it in 24 people out of the 379, so just below 10%. Now we took that gonorrhea from the 24 people and tried to grow it. We had like more than 17 antibiotics of various families, and then we exposed that gonorrhea to the 17 antibiotics. We found one case of gonorrhea that was not responsive to any of the antibiotics we had.
Kwa upande wao, ugonjwa wa gonorrhea ndio wa pili kusambazwa katika orodha ya magonjwa ya zinaa, na makahaba ndio walio katika mstari wa mbele kupata ugonjwa huo. Kwa sasa Wakenya wanahimizwa kutumia kinga ili kuzuia maambukizi ya magonjwa ya zinaa kwani hayabagui.
If you are a man and you catch gonorrhea, first you might have some itch there. Then you might have some pain in the urethra. Then you might have some pus coming out. Then if you don't take medicines after like a day or 2 days, then the urethra might block. If it blocks, you may be unable to pass urine. If you are a woman and you get gonorrhea, many times, often, you will not have any signs or symptoms. This is not nice. It's better to have signs or symptoms because if you don't have, you could give another person gonorrhea and they don't know. Now, some women will have signs and symptoms. The urethra will be infected, then maybe at the tip like so it will have some redness and you might have a discharge. The cervix of the uterus may be infected and then it will look a bit messy there, so on. But the issues start coming when the gonorrhea climbs up to the fallopian tubes.
Baadhi ya dalili ya gonorrhea ni mwasho unapojisaidia, kuvimba katika sehemu nyeti, utokaji usaha katika sehemu nyeti na kutoka damu.
In the future, when we have money, we will go to other parts of Kenya and we will find gonorrhea. And we will even go amongst various groups of people and we will find gonorrhea. Gonorrhea is not only in Nairobi.
Helen Aura, NTV.
Mr. K.
Nataka niongee kuhusu kisonono ya kisiasa ama
yote kutoka kwa room
unajua
350
hii ni
to
forum ya kisiasa, so ile gonoria inatusumbua ni ya kisiasa. It's a serious gonorrhea. But I think this country has many problems. Yeah, it has many problems. And when you look at that kind of a thing, then you ask yourself, what else don't we know? Ni nini ingine ina happen behind the curtain that we do not know? Because these streets, the way they look like, I think it's each and everyone for himself and God for us all. Mimi and Jeremani najua tunakula kwa macho. So I think we are safe. Watu wa kukula kwa macho. But having said that, let me get to the political gonorrhea or political situation. You know, they say you can never put a good man down. And I think it is lala obvious that the biggest threat to this government is one Raila Amolo Odinga. And that is why you see there is a lot of activity around him. People are being sent from UK, United States. Ongea baba. Why is he so quiet? Kwa nini ananyamaza? What is happening? Anataka kufanya nini? So unakaa baba akikaa kidogo anakunywa kahawa, anasikia ati kuna mtu anapiga hodi kwake. Ni bishop sijui kutoka wapi, kutoka Canterbury. Wacha ingie. So we are happy that Baba is causing these people to panic. And as they say, you can never put a good man down. Mtu mzuri ni ngumu sana, hata upeleke mahindi ya aina ngapi, kilo ngapi. A good man will still be a good man. Because what we are saying as the people of Kenya is that we need leadership that makes sense. And I want to tell you, Bernard, you said we are lost, but I want to say we have a lot of hope. It is true. People make mistakes as they grow. You make mistakes, but you learn from them. And Kenya Kwanza is one of these mistakes that we are doing so that Kenya can grow and get to a better place. Because people can never learn if they do not make mistakes. Those who believed this government are the most disappointed than even us. Because we tried to warn them, just like the prophets who come and warn you before the danger happens. They didn't listen. John the Baptist told the people that who comes after me will not baptize you with water. He will baptize you with fire. They thought it was a joke. And we said this in this program because the Spirit of the Lord is in us. And we told these people are not godly. They are just using the name of God. Ni umbwa mwitu amejivalia gozi ya kondoo. And you can see it from everything that is happening around us. Me, I come from Kiambu area. People are selling chicken. They are selling all their produce because it is very difficult to do that business right now. In Wangige, for example, and these are facts. I'm not talking of theories. A tray of eggs is going for 400 shillings. Why? Because they cannot afford feeds. They cannot afford electricity. Na tuliwaambia, because I'm so sure Raila Odinga will fight corruption and corruption will reduce this cost of living. But now, corruption is part and parcel of life. In fact, today, if you're not corrupt in Kenya, you look the odd one out. You are the odd one out because corruption stinks to the highest heaven. Every day there is planning on plundering this country. And therefore, Bernard and Mr. Speakers, I want to say this, that a time will come, because I am a hopeful person. we made a very big mistake. All whatever happened, happened. Because for me, I believe these people did not even win. The votes they wanted, the significant vote they wanted from Mount Kenya and Rift Valley was to color the basket. And when the basket is fully colored, then the watchman, who is the IBC, will do the rest. Everybody had his responsibility. The IBC had their responsibility. The police had their responsibility. The commangos had their responsibility. And that is why you see it was well planned. Sisi tukipiga filimbi huku na baba, tunaamka asubuhi saa 11 tukisema baba time. Kumbe watu wengine wako ndani ya mpango. Because until this date, we do not know what happened to the constituencies that were not declared. I propose, if you're going to go to the next election, and this is a proposal because a Kenyan problem should be solved in a Kenyan way, Bwana Bernard. African problem should be solved in an African way. We cannot trust anything being transmitted. In fact, we are not trusting even those biometric anymore. We are saying each and every polling station should have a registered registered voters, and they underline the words there. You wanna cancel, and then unatumia kitambulisho yako na unakaa hapo, mnatangaziwa kwanza kabla mjaenda nyumbani. The 700 of us in one stream, how many voted for this person and how many voted for this person. Otherwise, hii ukarabati inafanywa wakati sisi zote tumeenda nyumbani na tunaamini Chebukati ni mtu anaenda kanisa. He is a good man. He is an ACK man. Namuona church na Bible. So he will take care of our votes. He cannot, and we cannot trust anybody today in Kenya, even the bishops. It doesn't matter what they tell us. Me, I don't trust them actually. I don't trust anyone. So tunataka tufanye ile next election, and from there until we get sense, we're going to be doing elections manually. Hakuna mahali transmission na tallying inafanywa. Tutafanya manually hapo. Tunamalizana kwa hiyo constituency na hiyo ward, kwa hiyo polling station, ndio tunajua ni ngapi huyo mtu amepata. Kwa sababu ukarabati inafanyika wakati mnatolewa results za kwanza, za pili zinaandikwa na IBC na zinatumwa. So that is the reason why we should be very careful with this country, because there are people who have mastered conmanship in this country. They know how to steal even with the rule of law. Wanajua kutumia hizo sheria na kuiba. So next election haitakuwa rahisi. Whenever it's gonna happen, maybe 2027, but I hope it can happen sooner, so that we cannot suffer a lot, because the four months of this Kenya Kwanza, we are growing thin, and they are growing fat. Yeah, because to them they are making a lot of money. Kama sasa unasikia mtu anakuambia ati we are going to remove subsidy, lakini asemi kwa nini wasitoe subsidy kwa parliament? We want subsidy ya mileage itolewe, subsidy ya hizo committee itolewe, na hata hiyo mshahara ipunguzwe, na hii mandege tutoe subsidy iwe wanaenda na nini na gari moja. Subsidy, why don't that is where we are getting tired with this government, because you cannot go to a Thanksgiving service, they happen in Mount Kenya, with over 2,000 vehicles, high guzzler. You cannot do that. So kwa mimi, I can tell you guys, it is important to change the way we think. And until we do that, we're still going to be glabbling, talking. But it's good to talk. Me, I usually say, wacha tuongee. Mpaka siku ile tutaambiwa tunyamaze. But hatutanyamaza, because pahali tunaishi Kenya, we know where it pinches. We know where the problem is, and that is where we'll address it from. Thank you, Bernard. Bernard, nimetoka kwa dini kwa okay.
16 when I was president. She was a local news anchor. She was doing her job. At the time, I don't remember thinking that she was the kind of person who would push debunked COVID remedies or promise to issue a declaration of invasion at our border or claim without any evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. I guess that stuff came later because she found it convenient, because she thought, well, here's an opportunity to get attention. Listen, if we hadn't just elected somebody whose main qualification was being on TV, you could see maybe giving it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? Well, now we know. It doesn't just work out just because somebody's been on TV.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you for your continued followership and support. Inaonekana Mr. K amevamiwa, but I think he has made his piece of submission, which is very candid and necessary. As Kenyan people, we must begin to tell each other the truth. Kuna Rafton Korire anasema you will have to get used to Ruto's government for the next 10 years. We will not. Says you had the system and everything, but we believed on the people's votes. People did not vote for William Ruto. You know that, Rafton and Korit, you know that we know that William Ruto could not get over 4 million votes. The other votes are Chepukati and the other bloggers who organized them. That information is not just with me, it is with the army, it is with the NIS, it is with everybody who is right thinking, including the international community. So if you're here to prove that William Ruto is popular, he has the majority of Kenyans in support, why is he struggling, walking around with gorogoro of maize, trying to distribute and try to lure and buy people? You are the most minority government ever in the history of this great country. And it doesn't matter how much you sell yourself to be the majority, we will fix you. Because Kenya is not going to the dogs courtesy of one irresponsible, incompetent government, no matter what. It's our civic duty to safeguard this country. We will do it at all costs. So, Mr. Rafton and your troubles, we know that you are all crooks and you want to perpetuate that as a norm in this country. We will not allow that. Stealing and crookedness is not honorable in any society. No thieves get rewarded for being excellent thieves. And so if that's what you want to push in this country, you will push it in another generation, not this one. We are against stealing. We are against twisted systems. We are against corruption. We are against everything that is not right for this country, including bad leadership. So elewa hiyo mambo yote. William Ruto could not get 3.5 million votes. It's a fact. And you know that. Thank you. Turudi kwa Jeremiah. And leo I've seen you. Karibu.
If I was to give a suggestion on what current a deputy president could try and focus on. One of the first things I would say to him, because he has not really been given portfolio that we can point to and say, okay, this is what the deputy is addressing. I would say let him try and build up on the social and political pillars. And I know that is going to be a very onerous task for him, given the way he has started out. I am trying to be very optimistic, very positive under the circumstances, because I see that he has taken a tangent that is totally in the negative integer to the social and political fabric of the nation. And I'm trying to offer very positive and very optimistic advice or messaging. I know I'm not the kind of person that advice may come from and be received well by him. But I know the many citizens who are with us here on the forum discussing have at least an option to compare with. If, for example, the deputy president was to say, Kenya was ranked, and this I'm referring to the Gallup polls that were released in 2022 that say Kenya was ranked number 119 of the happiest nations in the world. And I've seen other reports have also reported that Kenya is ranked the 27th unhappiest nation in the world. And I'm trying to point out and say, if the deputy president was to focus on those things when he's making addresses and say, how can I, as a deputy president, work to make Kenya the number 10 happiest nation by the next time the polls are released? That would be magnificent use of his office. And people may actually start thinking, oh, this is the person we actually need to see around here. But the utterances is making, I think when the next polls are released, Kenya may be the 10th unhappiest nation in the world. And I'm just throwing caution that in the activities that are happening at national level should not only be economic, they should also follow the social and political well-being of the whole country. If chiefs are going to be used, and I'm trying to here to stick to the topic of the day, if chiefs are going to be used, let them be used to perpetuate social harmony. Let them be used to perpetuate political discourse, but not the contrary. I don't want to say much for now. Allow me to pause there.
Thank you so much. Please mute. Thank you. Thank you. The purpose of the chiefs at the redeem, although in the 2010 constitution, are unnecessary. They are not. They are, in fact, they are an interference to the structure of the 2010 constitution in its administration. But having said that, we'll say that the purpose of the chiefs is to enhance stability by ensuring that the government agenda is taken care of in various sectors. And usually those administrative are majorly for security. And so when they are turned into political tools, we just enhance our instability because if you are segregating against me because I don't support your political party, then I will turn my service into a political angle and will have disgruntled members of the society who are not being treated rightly because they are from a different political persuasion. And in the process, instability comes in. The disgruntled members of the society will begin to group against the government. So I don't know what the end game for all this, but truth be told, this one government that doesn't know what it is doing, and if it does, they are setting themselves up for a great fall. And we pray that fall come quickly, because if you don't want to do the right thing, just get out of office. If is it not what you sow that you reap? And so if they are determined in sowing evil, they will reap evil. Mpanda hila huvuna majuto. He who breaks the hedge, the Bible says the serpent will bite. And so eventually, Kenya Kwanza will harvest whatever they are sowing right now. Rhoda, mawili matatu tukisonga mbio mbio.
Yeah, hello, hey. Can I talk? Or
Yes,
you
yes, go
know,
ahead, go ahead. You have your 2 minutes.
I just want to say that about Obama, he's doing very well to bring community together, black community, and then you know, people they are talking bad about me here, call me I'm a depression. I'm not a depressed, but I say what I think and what I feel for the best for me and for the Kenyan people, because many Kenyan people they want to hear the truth, and I cannot hide the truth, because then what is the fact for me to come here? You know, like these things about the way things we are going right now in our country, it's a thing that we are planning for a long time. I remember when they were planning to have a BBI, they were in Kakamega Stadium. I don't know what it's called, a Gurugu Stadium. I could see the body language, Waitagura and Musera Mudavadi. They were hiding something. You know, I started to realize later when I see those videos for some month ago, then I realized they were lying. It's something they were planning, Waitagura, Musera Mudavadi. They were planning that they'll do something behind Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta. I think they were meeting somewhere. And it's so bad when our country will get free, and it's not Kenya or Africa, but we will be united together, not to play this game behind. If we decide something, we hear one voice. Like this BBI, if Kina Musala Mudavadi and Waitagura, they could accept it. We could not be the way we are. And if they could not accept Ruto, they could go side for the Baba. We could go very far. Right now, we could just sing a new song, just enjoy. But these kind of things, who pretend, unapenda mtu na saa hiyo I remember when I was a child, my neighbor, they were fooling behind me, and then they invite me their home, they were beating me and pretend, and they were, oh, come here, we are going to cook for you chicken and soup. And they were not, that was not, they were planning to beat me. You know, it's the same thing they did for Raila Odinga, Musira Mudavadi, those people, they were together, NASA. There's something they were planning because they know Ruto, he was a very big manipulation and take captures. They know him since he was, even you could see him when he was a member of parliament to Ashigiso. He was like that. He was fighting with the government. It's something he grown up. I think Ruto, he have a mental illness, some childhood. Maybe he was abused when he was, nobody know him who he is. And he didn't get help. You know, in Africa, we don't know the children when they are diagnosed. We didn't know that. Maybe his parents, they know. Maybe his parents were abused. Maybe he was bullied at school. We don't know who he is. And it's not right. He can get help. And he can get free for those diagnosed. Because the way he behaved, it's not normal. I'm telling you, my brother, and let us stand together. The way Ruto he behaved is not normal. He has something in his brain, something from mental illness, and it can be psychopath, it can be something, and you can get, many people they struggle with those things, and you can get help. It's not right, and you live the life God created you to be, and you enjoy this life God have given it. You enjoy the fruit, but all the time Ruto have never been. Yeah, he doesn't enjoy anything this life. He doesn't. He was not like Uhuru Kenyatta was just socialized. He was just enjoying life. He was so thankful. But this guy always, he's not happy. jeshi wanamachia, he's not happy, akona pesa, akona nini, that means that person have a mental illness and we don't know. But it's not right, he can get help. How wazungu wanatembea na yeye, they know what they do their own country, they know when they know the children, they have a problem, they take care of them. They used to know when they are born. Because our Africa, we don't have the same system they have in their own country. So they take advantage when they saw you have some you think different. And that's very bad. Why do you take advantage for somebody to look different instead of you help him? These white people, they need to help Ruto to be free, because he can rule our country according to the law and constitutions and democracy. And the Church of Kenya, help Ruto, help him. Don't tell him, oh, everything is fine. Don't make fun with it. Don't laugh with him. Tell him the truth. Mwambieni muombe akuwe free. You know, mnamwambia encourage. Akifanya tabia baya mnamwambia, lakini Church of Kenya, actually me nowadays, I don't trust Church of Kenya. You and the church mnabia nyinyi ndio mnaweka taa pale pakona giza. You are the one who accept giza. Do you think Kenya church will be respected? You know, I used to see some churches in Nigeria, they are recognized. They used to be invited even US to preach. Why? Because they know that. We know people like Nigeria pastor, like Pastor Chris. Those are a pastor whole. Can you imagine people South Korea? They go there for the miracles. Why in Kenya we cannot have that kind of men of God recognized in Kenya? We don't have. Nowadays, Kenya, nobody. You cannot say nobody. Because tunajulikana. We say we are Christian, but no, we are not living Christianity according to the word of God. We don't stand with our country, you don't stand with the truth. When things are going bad, you don't tell this, you're accepting na mnapiga magoti, mnampigia. Na huyu Ruto anamwambia kanisa, mimi nataka mweke uniform. Kama niona kanisa ingine wana change chair wanaweka kwa leather. Ni kanisa gani hata US wanatoa chair wanazeka za leather? Si hiyo ni vibaya? Kenya mumeharibika jina, by the way. You are not the way. Kenya is not the country is Christian. I think Kenya is the same with Iraq or Turkey. Those, you know, those countries like Iraq, you are the same. I don't see any different. Because, you know, some countries in Middle East, they used to hide because of they be prosecuted. So Kenya, I don't think so. Kenya is a Christian. I think you are hiding something, and one time, God open your eyes and heart, you understand the truth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda, for that. And quickly, let me bring us a reminder. The ebook, The Challenge of Nationhood, a collection of speeches and writings by Tom Mboya, forwarded by His Excellency Jomo Kenyatta. Offering this as a resource material for all of you that wants to understand our politics and probably make sense of where we're coming from in order to make sense of where we are and where we ought to go. There is a link I'll be sharing. All you need to do is click on the link, go to my site, it's Triumphant Bible Media, of course, and you will be able to subscribe. You just subscribe to your email, okay, your email. After you subscribe, you'll be able to access the material, and you will be able to download it at $0, okay? $0. I think some of you are having challenge in downloading because if you don't put in the zero into the wherever the price place, the system refuses to give you access. So you must put a figure in the price wherever, then you'll be led into the next step in downloading the material, which I believe is rich and necessary for those of you who want to understand where we're coming from or where we're going. And so we've given us a first lot to the first 100 people. If you delay, you will be closed out. Just make use of that right away. Don't hesitate, because after that it will go back to the normal ratings. it is available. I think we'll be shutting on the same by weekend, I believe. So please, kama unahitaji hiyo copy, tumia your link, the Challenge of Nationhood ebook, subscribe with your email, and then you'll be able to access, download on the same site, and on it as an ebook. Asante sana. In case you have problems, you can directly get in touch with me, then tutakusaidia jinsi ya kupata hicho kitabu, lakini tungependa ukipata it from the site so that we are able to keep account on who has got and who has not got, and how wide range it is gone. But it's important. It's a very good book. I recommend for you. Okay, having said that, thank you very much. Kabla turudi kwa Njeremani, maybe to say one or two things. Leo makandet na walimu wa usiku, ebu njooni, period yenu iko karibu kuanza, na sitaki kunini. I don't want to overstay. I just want to do my bid, and then I go to rest to face the following day, because we have another live show on another channel. Let me just get this ad out, and then from there we can proceed with the debate. Here we go.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Okay, we invite you to be part and parcel of that, our online Bible Summit on Triumph and Bible Media. If you haven't subscribed on that channel, please do. It will help you a great deal. We are looking on the wider subject of the knowledge of Christ. Rhoda and the other people are complaining about what is wrong with the church. I believe the major issue with the church is deviation from Christ. People are doing their own thing. They are no longer serving Christ and pushing their interests of Christ. And that is what has been given us to be the starring of the Bible. The starring of the Bible is Jesus Christ. The starring of Christianity is Jesus Christ. When you miss Christ, you will have religion, you will have these activities, but you won't be able to do it the way you ought to do it, the right way. Asante sana. Jeremiah, karibu.
Asante Bwana Bernard. One of the things that I think has been betrayed by the comments of the deputy president is that there appears then there could be some UDA leaning chiefs. The frustration he expressed certainly indicate that there are chiefs that are leaning towards the ruling party, which is a dangerous thing. If you were to put apply your minds critically to it, because it means then there's some people who are likely to be victimized at the level of the chief for their perceived inclination towards AZIMIO. And it's not very difficult to spot where the victimization would come, because it is not every day that the people who seek the chief's assistance, and the chiefs, as is currently known, hold a lot of sway. They may be administrative, but they hold a lot of sway. Some of the neighborhood disputes that people have at village level end up at the chief. The chief becomes an arbiter. And you can imagine if your case now is being handled from the lenses of your perceived incline towards AZIMIO or otherwise, there may not be very favorable outcomes in the pursuit of justice. One of the things that I also like to look at, again, I'm taking things from a historical perspective. How did we come to have the people called chiefs in today's administration? And I jump back to the time when each of our tribal groupings were headed, for example, if I may take the Mumia kingdom or from the Wanga kingdom, their chief was called Nabongo. If I go to the Nandi, I find they had the Orkoyot. Among the Masai, they had their own chiefs, although the Laibon, as we know today, is what was considered the chief, mistakenly by the colonialists, because the Olaibon was a traditional medicine man, was not a chief per se. And we follow the theme here and see that when the colonialists came, they supplanted what we knew as the chief, the person in charge of the community, and introduced someone called senior chief. So we had people like senior chief Koinange, we had people like senior chief Warohi Waruinge. So the senior chief supplanted what we traditionally knew as a chief. And in that supplanting, we lost some valuable lessons culturally that ought to have been what the current chief should have been practicing. The new chief was introduced as a representative of the crown and not a leader of community. That's where we lost the plot. And I'm thinking, unless we find the opportunity to revert that leadership level at community level, where the village or community elders decide amongst them, or with the help of the community, who becomes the next chief, we may not be well served with the administrative structures as currently lies with the chief who represents the administration of government, as opposed to being a leader of community. Here I'm trying to draw two parallels: a chief by or of the community, and a chief of the administration. And we know very well that a chief of the administration serves wrongly the government of the day, as opposed to serving the people or community without incline towards any political side. But if you allow me to digress slightly, Bona Bernard, the other concern I've recently had, and I had it being discussed here very well, was whether, and I keep coming back to this topic, whether we still need to retain the 47 counties. It is our biggest cause of division. A few nights ago, I had Alex expound very well of how the 47 counties came to be, arising from the bombers' deliberations. And I said, shouldn't we also take time to ask ourselves whether, after 10 or 12 years of running the current constitution, haven't we seen areas where the constitution has been impeded in certain ways? And how can we provide the teeth necessary as the citizens, as the sovereigns, provide it teeth to enable or disable those who are bent in contravening the constitution to be dealt with? I raise this concern because recently we've seen prosecutions are now being carried out in a manner that leaves a lot of dissatisfaction among the citizens. I also take the example of the Electoral Commission. As Chebukati is exiting, people are asking, are we going to have a new chairman under the same Electoral Commission? In one way or other, we have seen in the past, by-elections are held, and that for some reason blinds the Kenyan citizen that all is well until the major election period comes and we discover not all is well. We only had a few successful by-elections, but most of the mechanism has been in tatters. And I'm saying this because one of the key agitations I've had is that the Electoral Commission as stands today, in my opinion, needs to be disbanded totally, and authority given by the Kenyan sovereigns to establish a new commission, totally new, with a new set of teeth that can be taken even to the Supreme Court and say, Kenyan citizens held a referendum and decided in one voice to disband the commission and establish a new one, and mechanisms be put in place to ensure and enforce the establishment of such a commission. The other thing that I've also had concern about is a state of education. I saw recently that what used to be the Kenya Polytechnic is reverting back to a polytechnic. I say kudos, because when we turn everything into academia, we start losing the element of who is going to be the technical specialist to implement some of these academic or theoretical thesis. It's a high time in Kenya that we also consider that polytechnics, as has been in Germany, are some of the key drivers of the economy. It is in polytechnics that we have some of the key innovations brought about. And if there's one thing I could say has been thought out well so far with the current institution of government in place, I would give them some little credit on reviewing the element of polytechnic. But that said, I always think there is some motive that we will discover down the road as to why that was. And I hope that what is being done with the future of the nation in mind, and not short-term political scoring of points. As I said, I've digressed a bit, but I just wanted to throw in a few of those points for consideration. I know there are people listening and they will come back and give me a proper perspective, so I'll be listening. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Thank you for that insight and in-depth analysis. I believe that right information will assist in providing right judgment. Mzee wetu Michael requesting the clip on Jamhuri celebration was English. Okay, I'm trying to find it because of the limited space. At times I have to get rid of all these clips to keep the machines functioning at optimum, or else itacheleweza show. But when we find it, we'll play it. But it is clear that we are dealing with a very conniving administration that would want to hypocritically portray its majority when it is a minority. And I don't know how long they are willing to live a lie, but a lie does not last forever. When the truth arrives, the lie will have no hiding place. So sijui hii Kenya Kwanza imepangaje, but kile kipo ni kwamba uongo hawezi kuwa msingi bora wa ujenzi kwa taifa lolote lile. And then there is a difference. I don't know if Kenya Kwanza appreciate the difference between when you're looking for power and when you are in power. Because when you're in power, you take responsibility, you begin to channel the leadership of the country in a particular direction. You don't continue with propaganda and unnecessary competition, comparison, and comparing and contrasting. Like Gachagua'S yesterday was talking about if Raila Odinga was the president, angeweza kukakua gwaride la heshima kwa sababu ni mzee. Na sijui kama Gachagua ako na appointment na uzee ambayo akifika 80 yake atarudisha nyuma. Unajua saa ingine tunakuanga watoto, I mean, kuna vitu ambavyo it's not expected. That's a primary school talk, okay? A primary school talk. Primary, yani ile primo kabisa, ile ya tunashindana kwa sababu mimi nilimaliza kula kabla yako, ama nilikunywa maziwa mbili ukakunywa moja. That's a primary school talk. How can that find it now on a national platform in a passing on parade of people that you are sending to go and take care of the security of the country? Hii inji inahitaji msaada, na huo msaada uje mara moja. Kuna wimbo kijana ameimba ambao siupendi mimi, lakini alisema Mungu usitume malaika kuja mwenyewe. Hapa Kenya, Mungu usitume malaika kuja mwenyewe. Kuja mwenyewe. So the reason I don't like the song is that the young man gave wrong reason why he wanted God to come himself. Okay, he said anataka Mungu aje mwenyewe kwa sababu hajalipa rent. Hiyo ni norm. Rent too. Hiyo hiwezi kuleta Mungu hapa. But what we are being treated to as a country is below bar. It's below bar by far. Na so kama wa Kenya, let's at least pick ourselves up and demand some decorum and some respect. Hao watu ambao hawafai kuwa kwa hiyo ofisi watimuliwe kutoka kwa hiyo ofisi. Tuache hii maneno atuvumilie, ati wewe serikali ni changa, hawajui kile wanafanya. Wanajua kile wanachofanya. Ujinga wa saizi hii haukubaliki katika ofisi ya heshima. Ukishakubali kuwa mheshimiwa, tuache ujinga wa kusema ati bado anajifunza, hajazoea kuwa deputy president. How do you run for a ticket if you are not prepared for the same? If I want to run for public office, I will need to go and polish myself for the same. By the time I hit that road, you will begin to see the difference between the me sitting here and the me running for presidents. It can't be that I get inside and then I begin to learn how to be president. I must be president material before I run for that seat. And so let's not tolerate this nonsense and be able to demand what is equivalent to what dignifies us as a people and holds us in high esteem. We can't put up with this anymore. Can't put up with this anymore. And so Kenyans of goodwill able tujiheshimu na tuache hii story ya kuelewa mambo ambayo hayaeleweki, because what we're trying is to understand what is not understandable. There is no way you can be president and be talking the way the president is behaving, the way the president is behaving. There's no way you can be deputy president and be behaving the way the deputy president is behaving. This is uncalled for. It's unconstitutional. We need to get angry with it. The problem is that we are becoming too tolerant, and in the process, this is the beba ujinga. There are so many unconstitutional things that the president has done that can sanction his impeachment. So far, already what he has done, the moves, the bribing of politicians, the buying of politicians, the instigation of the Cherera 4, the push, the direct instruction to go and get rid of them by his wing of the political. All these things are unconstitutional. Lakini Wakenya wanaona tu na wananyamaza, wanaona tu wananyamaza. Hawajui kwamba the more they do that, the more power they give to this man and the harder it will become to get rid of him. So Wakenya, hebu tujiheshimu na tuache hii story ya kujaribu kuelewa mambo ambayo hayaeleweki. It is that important. Okay, let's listen to this as we begin to move further into our discourse. And I'm still calling our late night teachers, ebu tafadhali njooni tukaendelee na mswada katika masuala haya. Okay, let's listen to this. It will help us put things in their perspective, and of course we'll bring in Baba's voice after that.
Confirmed the other day that he was responsible or in charge of the reshuffling and the sacking of some of the regional commissioners who supported the Jubilee, the AZIMIO government. We now have learned actually that some of the chiefs, assistant chiefs, even ACCs within Mount Kenya region have been suspended, some sacked, others transferred, kihorera. And we want to remind the current government that the public servants today are expected to serve the government of the day, the UDA government. Those public servants who are serving the government of the day, then the Jubilee government. To punish them today is to tell the others that they should not also be serving UDA government, because come the next government, they will be punished for having served it. Gachagua has also said that he is going to go for the cartels, so-called cartels of the people who worked with the Jubilee government. That vindictive approach is really the perpetuation or perfection of a political agenda. If it is a real criminal thing, then they should allow the institutions or the agencies that have been set in the constitution to perform their work. Anything else is weaponizing the same agencies, is actually perfecting the capture, the state capture that they seem to have had a lecture on. And these are issues that will certainly make this government very unpopular. And I want to tell you, given the trade we have seen in the last 100 days now plus, this is a one-term government. I am certain. The same Kenyans who put them in office are the same Kenyans who stop them. Whether they plan to rig 2027, whether they have their brothers and sisters in the IEBC, this government will not see 2027 if they do not, if this is the trade that they have taken. And for Gachagua, the die is cast. William is done with you. If he had any respect for you, he will not be shifting you from one office to the other. He will not be using you. He will not be using you as the cannon, because your mouth, the mouth has a loose cannon, and he has been used. His mouth is the weapon to hit others. As you go down, leave the Kikuyu community alone. Don't go down with it. I thank you.
Your Excellency, let me tell you a story. And I was told when I was Minister for Roads and Public Works in my other early incarnation. This is a minister from Nigeria for roads and public works who went on a tour to Malaysia. There on invitation. So he was taken by his host, taken around the country, shown the highways that they have constructed in Malaysia. And then in the evening, he was treated to dinner at the residence of that minister. There, he found a nice mansion, a swimming pool, and nice sofa sets, and dinner sets. So at dinner, he asked his host, how did you manage this house? The host took him to the balcony and showed him, look yonder. Do you see that highway there? Yes, 10% here. Two years later, it was the turn of the Malaysian to pay a return visit. When he went to Nigeria, he was taken around the roads. You saw roads were potholed, some of them untarmacked, and very poor condition, very poor state of affairs. In the evening, he was taken to dinner, and he found a palatial mansion, Olympic-sized swimming pool. The sofa sets were imported from Britain. Most of the chinaware were golden. So he asked his host, how do you achieve all this? He took him to the balcony. And so, do you see that highway there? The Malaysian could see nothing. He was told 100% here.
Okay, Jeremiah, 100% here.
Thank you, Bernard. I wanted to inquire. I saw that clip play. Was it yesterday? But I thank you for replaying it today. Was that a recent clip, or it was a clip from some years back?
It's okay. It's from years back, but
It
not
was
very far.
when they were planning for BBI. It was when they were preparing a meeting for BBI, the meeting in Bomas of Kenya. I remember. I was watching online, so I remember.
Noted. My key concern at that time, I remember Nigeria being named, and I thought, okay, we have come to the point where you could easily replace Nigeria there with Kenya, and the message would still be the same. I believe that's where Bernard was heading. Having said that, my concern again was, if that message is apt for Kenya as it is today, why have we let matters deteriorate that way? In fact, I thought at one time when Prime Minister Raila was in government, he might have used the same message somewhere. And I look back and say, it appears the state of affairs in Kenya has degenerated. I don't know how we can rescue the situation, because some of my proposals, people would think far-fetched and not in context with the reality, but my quick thoughts are, we need to mobilize. I don't know if Bernard can lead that initiative, but we need to mobilize for a referendum with 3 or 4 questions. One of them, dismantle IBC. Number two, strengthen institutions like EACC. The appointing authority should not be the president. The president should not even have the ceremonial role of appointing. Once names are tabled, that is the end of the story. It is not subject to any further consultation. The other thing we need to do with the EACC is that we should have it draw away, and maybe this is also a lesson for the whole civil service. We should move away from what we have tried to do unsuccessfully of balancing tribal positions, that we should have this number of positions for this. No, let us make our civil service a blind institution that only recruits based on competence. I think, Bernard, this message you put across yesterday, Chebukati was number 3, yet he ended up heading the institution. And now I read a message somewhere, I can't remember which forum, but someone sent a message to a forum that I'm in where he quoted, "There's a reason Jesus did not pick disciples from among people he had healed, because there is that inclination or servitude someone has towards someone who has healed you. So Jesus never picked disciples from people he had performed miracles on, upon, or healed." And that's what we ought to consider going forward. I mean, here we're borrowing from the spiritual realm, but I believe the wise people understand the messaging. We should make our civil service totally blind. Make your application, list your credentials. Recruitment is done on merit and nothing else. The element of us trying to balance ethnicity in the civil service is what is compounding some of these challenges that we're facing today. There was a video you played earlier, Jeremiah Kioni addressing the matter of the chiefs or civil servants being threatened. And I think he has a very good message in there. The problem is that message will take a political dimension. The political dimension will now mean that UDA people will look at him as Jeremiah Kioni, Jubilee, or AZIMIO politician, and not look at him as Jeremiah Kioni, the Kenyan, trying to propose the solutions based on the challenges that we've been through. Alex had mentioned something, and I'm tying this to the same messaging. Alex had mentioned something yesterday about the constitution or the draft constitution where Githu Muigai pleaded with Martha Karua at the time to see that they do not divide the country into 47 counties. But the message of that time, or at least from retrospect, we see that once in government, it is difficult for people to want to take objective view of a situation and look beyond the time they will not be in power. And if I was to extend a line and extrapolate a bit, I see that at that time, the party that was in power was PNU, and there was that inclination to divide the counties to enable the party in power be able to divide the regions and scoop party seats for their people. But in retrospect, we can see that that was a myopic view, and the 47 counties that we have today are proving a challenge because of the myopia that existed then. And that's why I'm proposing, should we allow the state of affairs to remain as is? Or should we proactively take steps and say, let us rectify the situation? We cannot leave it to politicians alone. Can we come up with our own referenda questions? 4, strengthen commissions, disband the ones we think have already been gripped in a manner that is irreversible. Review some of these constitutional offices, including the DPPs, and put in the necessary teeth that will enable them perform without reference to other parties. I close with saying the element of president having a ceremonial role at appointment level should be abolished. If we can't abolish it, let us also think about separating, and that would be a referendum question, separating the role of head of state from head of government. Because there are certain matters that are stately, there are certain matters that are government. If a government is not performing well, let us have that government close, go home. We have a new government. If we have a good head of state, let them be the leader that we all look up to, regardless of party. Let a government be the realm of political parties, and they slog it out. May the best man or woman win. May the best agenda or manifesto win. But let the state always be the ultimate body that we refer to without division or discourse of politics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Njeremani. You are helping us make sense of our situation. I would also want to, in your line of thought, look at especially that aspect of the constitution, the establishment of the 47 counties, and then some of the abnormal choices that have been made about this country. Majority of what is wrong with this country is political decisions we take because not of our political advancement, but of our political fears. The really reason behind the rejection of the 14 counties or the 8 counties of the former provincial regions. It was not legal, it was political, and it was all out of what is known as Railaphobia. The Kibaki administration was afraid of having governors who are presiding over a larger region, a larger area of the country, because they were afraid that the people will declare independence and then end up having cutting part of Kenya and declaring themselves president of that particular region and then establishing their government and things like that. So the dissecting of the country into those minute small counties was born out of that fear. And then where does that emanate from? It emanates from our history, okay? Our history where out of fear, we make decisions that are permanent. And those permanent decisions have been living with us when it was only somebody's fear, okay? And that's one thing that needs to be addressed. You are fully aware that the reason why our hydroelectric power was taken to Tana River and not Yala. It was not an issue of there was more water in Tana River than water in Yala. It is said that Jomo Kenyatta said there is no way you can take electricity to Yala, which is in Nyanza. Jaramogi anaweza kusima stima. So we take political decisions that are born out of fear, then we enslave our country. We use one person's fear, subject the whole country to that fear, and then now we are enslaved perpetually simply because one person was afraid of rising up and facing what was the issue at that point in time. And so, as Kenyan people, we need to come out of this and understand that we don't even need to be doing things like what you're talking about, regional balance in terms of civil service and all that. The civil service got spoiled when it became hereditary. And that's what happens. When we move away from competence and begin to say, niko karibu kuretire, nichukulie kijana yangu. Okay? Naleta kijana yako. Kijana yako amesoma wapi? Ambia shikilia tu, usiulize maneno ya makaratasi, chukulia yeye ni kijana yangu. So in the process, we move away from a professional civil service to hereditary family arrangement that ends up making the country, a one community or a one-sided kind of service provider. And in the process, we don't even internalize this and begin to look at it. That is where the rain began to beat us. When we refused to go for competence, we began to make those seats hereditary. And how did that come into play? It came into play by the Kanu government that even came up with a policy that if a member of parliament dies, his son should inherit him. You want to look at our history properly. His son should inherit him. And those are the things that brought people like Kalonzo, people like Mudavadi into the political limelight because they were inheriting their father's constituents. And so this is a complicated way of going about our civil servants, and that's why we are underperforming. And why is this the case? It is the case because we have limited resources, limited opportunities, limited position to be filled. Why do we have limited position to be filled? It's because our country doesn't concentrate in multiplying the cake. They look on how many can we stop from feeding on the cake so that the cake can continue being there. And this is a wrong approach, wrong perspective in leadership. Leadership is not about stopping people from eating so that others can eat. Leadership is, do you have enough food? If it's not enough food, where can we get more food so that these people can all eat? And so our civil service cannot be the same thing that was here in the 70s, the same thing that was here in the 80s, the same thing that was here in the 90s. It's the same thing we are struggling to maintain in 2020. Why? Why can't we diversify? By now, we should be having a systematic way that mtoto akiingia class 1, by the time he graduates in the university, his job is waiting for him. That's what a government is, in my limited understanding. That we are admitting in Form 1, these people are going to be graduating in the next 15 years. By the time they are graduating in 15, 20 years, their job should be waiting for them. Now, by the time we are taking them to class, we should be having, how many people will graduate? We are admitting, let's say 20 million in standard 1. Okay, that's an overstatement. But let's say we are admitting 5 million in standard 1 in the year 2023. Okay. These people are going to be in school for a period of averagely 20 years, okay? So 20 plus 2023, that is 2043. Now, by 2043, okay, we should have industries to assimilate the majority of these people because they are all going to make it to graduation. Even if they drop off, they will not die. Dropping from school does not stop you from existence. You will still be able to, will still be needed to feed that mouth, whether it dropped from school or not. And so the government cannot interfere with its program. You program that this 2 million we have admitted in standard 1, in 20 years' time, they will be demanding job. Those jobs should be waiting. How do we get those jobs done so that by the time these people are graduating, they don't go to the street, they go straight to service? That is how I see how life should be. That there is a systematic way of people transiting from one place to another, standard 1, standard 2. The way we go through the education system, we should be going through our economic system. Then the replacing of civil servants should not be an issue of, again, going to look for somebody from whichever village to bring into the civil service. The civil service should have its way of generating its own workers. I remember when I think I cleared fourth form, I applied for a job at KCB, okay? And then, somebody suggested to me that I could get a job at KCB. And then when I made the application, I was told that KCB generates its workers, okay? They train their workers. So they will take you in, and then after that, they'll take you to KCB college, and then they train you, and then you get back into service. Now, that's what I see as a way of going about solving our Kenyan problem, that every sector should generate its workers. Okay, unajua hao watu wako na capacity, they will be here for 30 years. This ones will be for 20 years. This ones will be here for 10 years. By the time these 10 years are elapsing, we should have their replacement. Those replacements should not be fished from outside. They should be within the system, so that every system works systematically, seamlessly, without considering who is in power, who is not in power. So from where I see it, hii system ya serikali ya Kenya, it has been hell bound to fail. And then we make political capital by jostling for the remaining little resources and beginning to blame one another. The reason why the Luos don't have it is because the Kikuyu don't want to let it. And the reason why the Kikuyu have it is because the Luyas did not fight for it and all that. This ought not to be the case. This ought not to be the case. And so we need a different thinking into the approach of solving our problem. And in my opinion, the church will have provided a very good alternative. But unfortunately, they have been pocketed by the politicians. They can't think beyond political persuasion. And so they have become useless. From where I sit, for lack of a better word, they become useless. They are part of the problem. They are no longer solution provider. But the church should have provided a parallel system of governance, a parallel system of generating the human personnel resource, wherever, the human resource system. The church should not be talking about the government and the education system. The church can come up with their own education system and run it successfully. Strathmore College is working very well. The Catholic Association is doing very well, doing their own thing regardless of what the government is doing. And so this country is not short of resources, it's not short of capability. It's only that we are screwed to fail because we have twisted people in leadership. And we like those twisted people because they help us in advancing our corrupt culture. It is almost a culture to be corrupt in this country. And when corruption is not working, people get sick. Something has to be getting lost. And when something gets lost, we need to get somebody a job in the name of a commission of inquiry to check what got lost. When we saw the thing disappearing, however disappeared with it. So hii mchezo ndio tunapaswa tu kukamilisha. For example, Uncle Moody, when he was vice president, he looked into the prisons and the police manenos. Okay, he came up with a proposal. After Uncle Moody, Kalonzo became vice president, Ministry of Home Affairs. He also put up a task force to look into the police and the prisons. He came up with a proposal. And now, the Kenya Kwanza have now suggested that Maraga also should put up what? A task force to look into the police and the prison. This is a circus. This is a circus. Na tusipoachana na hii maneno ya circus, tutakaa hapa miaka yote, hakuna inji itadevelop. Tumemalizana na fertilizer, itakuwa mvua. Tukimalizana na mvua, itakuwa njaa. Tukimalizana na njaa, itakuwa elections. Tukimalizana na election, itakuwa unajua ni tumeingia tu, hatuna habari kile kinafanyika. Let us stop the game and begin to face the responsibility of fixing what is wrong with this country. And what is wrong with this country is failed systems. Failed systems. It's not even interference with commissions. Those commissions are meant to fail. They are meant to fail. They give you a commission, they don't give you the money. They give you the money, they don't give you the leeway to work. It is a whole twisted, bound to fail approach. And it all serves political elites. And so the earlier we accept that as Kenyans, the better. Kwa sababu hii kudanganyana, sijui nani akiwa nini ndio itakuwa nini, hapana. Anti-corruption mnaweka hapo mpaka mweka Reverend Wabughala akichunguza kesi inafika kwa ofisi ya Deputy President. Akichunguza kesi inaishia kwa ofisi ya Deputy President. Akichunguza ofisi inaishia kwa ofisi. Na ukifika hapo mzee usiengi hapo usiende, hapo usiende, hapo. So what is the use? Mshahara inalipwa, uchunguzi unafanywa, kesi inafika kwa ofisi ya President, alafu mnasema mwachie hapo. Then what is the use? So my suggestion, hii nchi inahitaji overhaul. Okay?
For me, I could like everything to corrupt. I could like Bernard. I could like everything.
Thank you, Rhoda. Hold on, Kwanza. I'm saying we need to come to a place whereby the systems have to collapse, all of them. All of them, meaning we overhaul everything. Because right now, even the corrupt are now organizing their corruption in IBC, their corruption in the judiciary, their corruption in the police administration, their corruption in the army, their corruption. That's what they are fortifying. Now, for us to have a new start, we just need to turn this upside down. Meza ipinduliwe, vikombe zianguke, ndio tukue na nafasi ya kupanga vizuri, ndio tuangalie hapa tukiweka meza, ni meza. Hapa tukiweka ni kikombe. Lakini kwa sasa hivi, it doesn't matter who you appoint where. Those corruption syndicate have taken tentacles everywhere, and they must eat. They must wherever have their way. That's what they need. Wewe utaonaje mtu akona kura 3 million, 3.4 million, alafu unamfanya anakuwa na 7 million, alafu unatoka huko unasema na macho tu yako mbele ya taifa mzima na dunia nzima. And then you get rewarded as a hero. So we are dealing with a very complex matter, and I don't know if Kenyans realize this. But until we accept this and tukubali kubadilisha hii kitu kabisa, tupindue meza, kila kitu yanguke chini, tupange afresh. Until that happens, we will not have a new Kenya. We will not have a new Kenya. Thank you. Rhoda, you are saying something before Jeremiah comes in.
I'm saying that for me, I could be very happy when everything corrupts, education system, and watoto wakae nyumba hakuna. I will be very happy because those people walikuwa na vote Ruto, walikuwa nadhani Ruto ni mzuri. How do they feel? Do you feel ashamed? Do you feel ashamed? Mlikuwa mnasema Ruto, shame on you. Mlikuwa mnafikiri Ruto ni Mungu. Simuona vile amempanya. Niliambia na my niece, Kenya is not the same used to be. Now she's just 25. She can see things, and you can be 50 and you doesn't think. This guy was not coming to do anything. He was coming just to play this dirty game. Nyinyi wa Kenya ni wazuri sana, mnavumilia. I wish. Mi ningekuwa so crazy ningekuwa Kenya. I'm thankful. Simuamuke. Unajua Burkina Faso kulikuwanga the same, tuko hii. Wakasema, na ule alichukua nini, the man who take over, he say, I'm coming to rule this country Burkina Faso according to the constitution. Kwani Kenya si kama Burkina Faso? Kwa sababu president huyo akuanga nani? Na huyo president, he is doing very well. He have been welcoming the Chinese to start to develop. Burkina Faso is doing very well because Ghana saw them the way. Why can in Kenya we can be like, this guy is coming to destroy our economy? He's not good for us. He is the tribal. He tried to manipulate, and he tried to manipulate this community and this community. He think Luya community, they have more power than Kikuyu. That's not the president we want. And that's why what Waitagura was saying to the president Uhuru, oh, we don't want, stop with the Luya community. You know, President Uhuru Kenyatta used to love Luya community. That's a fact. Ukiona serikali yake walikuwa wanapenda sana, lakini walikuwa namuingilia na Ruto vile ameplan, anafikia ati Waluya wako na more power. Manana sisi Wakikuyu ni wajinga, sisi wajinga. We are just looking you, tunaonanga 18. Siku ile mkikuwa taamuka ndio mtajua ni nani. Wanatuchezea akili sana. Kusema ati ni wajinga, ati wanaweza sema ati mnaweza fanya vile wanafanya Kikuyu. Hata mimi napiga, mimi ni Mkikuyu, okay? Mimi si kabila mwingine, mimi ni Mkikuyu na mimi napigania mkabila wote kwa sababu najizumia mimi ni Kenya. I don't care. Mr. Chuki Kenyans, I love all Kenyans. Lakini I don't like somebody put at you Kikuyu, you are shit. I put you down. At you Luya, you are more powerful. You Kisi, you are more powerful than Kikuyu. That's stupid. We are all. See, mimi nilizaliwa Pumwani. Wewe ulizaliwa Pumwani, ulizaliwa Kenyatta Hospital. Wituacha ujinga wa nini kupiganisha wakabila. We know Kikuyu, we are the biggest majority. We are the biggest tribe if you do the research. And in Luya community, they are the second. That means Kikuyu and Luya, we are the one can bring unity together because we are majority. And I'm telling, if Luya will bring community together, you say you are Luya, you are going to bring all people together. Because we are the majority. You know, all the tribes, they usually do Kikuyu and Kikuyu and Luya because we are the biggest community. And I'm telling, if we stop, we can go very far. But stop. Do this quarreling about to say this tribe is more powerful. I can manipulate. Nobody powerful than other. Everybody we are under the law. No Kenya big than other. We are under the law. Ile katiba tulipo 2010. Hiyo ndio tunatumia saa hii. Ikiwa tutumie katiba utoke, tupatiwe mtu ataongoza na nchi yetu na hiyo katiba 2010. That's the country we want to be. Otherwise, you guys, you can do like the way Burkina Faso they are doing. Because this guy is not, he's our enemy. I 17 minutes. Ruto, he's our enemy. He hates Kenyans and he hates us. He's a tribal. Na punish. Na kazi yake ni kupiganisha matribe zingine. What thing he's jealous for the tribe. He hate all community. Yani ni watu wale wabaya sana. Ni wale wanachukia kabila zingine. Yani he doesn't want Kikuyu will be united with the Luya. And he know we are the biggest. We are the biggest. We can do, I'm telling you, we can come unity. I'm talking about whole Kenyans. We can go very far. Thank you.
Rhoda, thank you. And I would want us to ensure that we don't breed tribal animosity. We are in this mess, all of us, whether we are the minority or the majority. But at the end of the day, when we make this Kenya great, it will service everybody. It will be able to accommodate everybody. And that is the Kenya I believe in. I believe in a Kenya led by competence, but serving everyone. Led by competence, but serving everyone. That's what I wish for. We have the most brilliant president, the brilliant deputy president, brilliant parliamentarians, brilliant senators, governors, and all of them are working out everything to see to it that the least of Kenyans is taken care of. The greatest of Kenya is taken care of. That's the country I believe in. But this other country of making idiots leaders and then subjecting brilliant minds to idiots and then making the idiots to be the CEO. Kusaidia inchi. Jeremani, endelea tafadhali.
But I like your lamentation there. that we get brilliant Kenyans and then subject them to the word I don't want to use, but you put it aptly. I want to, as I said, I like jumping back to history because I look at history as a catapult that gives us the ability to launch
I'm sorry if excuse me, if it's something not okay. I'm sorry if I talk about, maybe Melody, you misunderstand when I talk about this. Maybe
No,
misunderstand what I'm
Rhoda, you're
saying.
out of order. Rhoda, you're out of order. Thank you, please. Mute your mic. You know the standing orders here. Wewe ni mkongwe wa hii kipindi. Wakati mtu anaongea alafu unaruka ndani bila kuinua mkono, unachanganya mawazo yake na tena wasikilizaji wanashindwa sasa ni lipi. Tafadhali, let's go back to our standing orders so that we have a debate that is helping, not just our exchanges. Thank you. Jeremani, endelea.
Thank you, Bernard. Rhoda, don't worry. Your sentiments are well noted and they come from a point of passion. Personally, I don't take offense. Mine is to understand where you're coming from. And I wouldn't say that I take offense with what you say. Everyone has their way of expressing their passions, and you are well within your limits to determine how you express them. I don't hold it against you. I was saying I like jumping into history because it provides, history acts like a catapult that stretches us back and then launches us forward. And I want to pick the history from sometime in 1959, 1960, when the agitations for independence were coming on. Ronald Ngala, Moi, Masinde Muliro were invited at that time to form government. Why were they invited to form government? Because Tom Mboya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who were in KANU, and others were saying, we shall not form government until Jomo Kenyatta is released from detention. And so it happened that in 1961, while the agitation was still on, Ronald Ngala became the first head of government, African head of government. Let history note that very well, that Ronald Ngala was the first head of government. Kenyatta was released from detention in 1961. And one of the things that was in contention then, and the governor who was there, I'm forgetting his name, but maybe MacDonald, was saying, we cannot have an ex-detainee become head of government because they're going to give a bad example to this country that we have an ex-detainee as a head of government, which KANU wanted. James Gishuru was the president of KANU at the time, and they said, we will hold until Jomo Kenyatta is released, and then he can become our leader. As you can see at that time, nationalism is what drove Kenya at that particular instance of the formation of what we call today Kenya as a nation. Jaramogi Odinga, Tom Mboya, the Secretary General of KANU, were Luo, but they were saying, we want Kenyatta to come and be our leader. Jaramogi Odinga wanted to be a future president, but at that point he said, I will hold my ambitions and let Kenyatta come and go before me. They respected him as an elder, the kind of respect you give to your elders, and they say, let him come before us. But Jomo Kenyatta also was favored by history, because someone like Eliud Mathu would have been the president from Kenya Africa Union. He was the chairman. collective efforts, they sent Jomo Kenyatta to the United Kingdom to go and study with the hopes that when he comes back, this will be one of the leaders that will spearhead or drive the torch. I jumped forward. When Jomo Kenyatta was released from detention, one of the first things he started thinking, before I get into that, let me get back to the first head of government, African head of government of Kenya, Roland Ngala. By 1962, when we were going for the second Lancaster House Conference, it emerged that we'll have two people leading the constitutional process, and they were appointed joint constitutional affairs minister. These two people were Jomo Kenyatta and Roland Ngala. One by virtue of being already in government, and the second by virtue, that is Jomo Kenyatta, being a leader of the largest political party at the time. These two were constitutional ministers. But the question one may ask today is, what became of the constitutional minister's office? In future instances, we see that it became the most powerful ministerial position in modern day Kenya. And that's why Charles Njonjo was known to be a very powerful person. As Constitutional Affairs Minister, Njonjo had a lot of sway on the electoral system. The electoral system was under the Constitutional Affairs Ministry. Njonjo at one time was also the head of immigration. The the Department of Immigration was under his ministry. Njonjo was also in charge of matters home affairs, which was previously headed by the Vice President, Jaramogi Odinga. But it was observed that the Ministry of Home Affairs also had the Prisons Department and the police at the time. The police were then taken under Njonjo progressively, and I'm building up to something here, that our ministries have been the product of political and, if I may put it, not demigods, but personalities. So that our ministries have been formed around personalities as opposed to formed around policy matters. And as Bernard put it, one of the proposals that we ought to think about is, how do we also put it constitutionally that there shall be a ministry of this, a ministry of that, and a ministry of the other. And the president that comes, or the head of government that comes in, their role is just to appoint people into those ministries, as opposed to reorganizing ministries. When you have a ministry like finance and planning in one cycle, in another cycle, planning becomes obsolete. What are we saying? The obsolescence, is it driven by policy, or is it driven by the need to carve out certain personalities? And I think that's one of the things that we ought to really think about. Have our ministries since independence been formed around policy, or have they been formed around personalities? I move forward. The other thing, Bernard, that I like that you said, we need to have a total overhaul. It is true, when a vehicle has gone for about 10,000 kilometers, it is likely to need service. Service is done every 5,000 kilometers. In Kenya, we revise, or we do our overhaul or servicing every 5 years. But I think it's gotten to a time when we're saying we need to have a much higher frequency of accountability to the nation. And one of my proposals, which I've been theorizing about is that we need to have a national conference, the same way we had the Bomas conference that brought about the 2010 constitution. We need to have a national conference every 10 years. And this is by proposal that immediately after census is released, because we have census every 10 years, within 180 days, the head of government should convene a forum where national delegates will sit together and review what are the areas the constitution is working, what are the areas the constitution is not working. And arising from that national delegates conference, proposals should be given for a referendum to say we need a referendum to address the following: overhaul this commission, overhaul that commission, give new teeth to certain institutions so that they become effective. We cannot always leave these matters to the parliamentarians who always come with political motives. We cannot leave this to the executive who always come also with their self-sustaining or self-preservation measures. This should be an initiative of the citizens that every 10 years after the census, there's going to be a national conference to deliberate on matters where the constitution is working or not working. If the president has areas of concern, that is the forum to present them. But until 10 years, you work with the constitution as is. If a certain constitution has problems in its operations, that is the forum they also come and raise it with the citizens and say, these are the areas we ask you, the citizens, to give us permission to do the following. And that will be, after it has been passed, stays that way for the next 10 years. So that we have a forum or cycle every 10 years to review challenges in our constitution. In the Supreme Court, we had this debate. People were saying there are eternal clauses. The Supreme Court said, no, there is nothing like eternal clauses. How do we cure that? Because it has opened up the room for some things to be changed. And if these things are changed by the political class and the executive, then Kenyans are staring at doom down the line. So we are saying if there are no eternal clauses, there should be a mechanism by the Kenyan citizens to be able to, at a certain interval, be able to effect certain changes that are beneficial to them and unplug areas that are not working to make sure that the constitution is realized with equality and for the benefit of the citizens. With that, Bernard, I think I've spoken much. Let me allow you to welcome others to enrich us with their perspective.
Thank you so much, Jeremiah, for that good journey. Very, very important one. And helping us put all the pieces together. It's important that we make peace with our past to ensure that we don't repeat what was wrong in the past by ignoring it. But all in all, there is a lot that this country is capable of that is being not realized simply because those little fears and those little misnomers that are trivial compared to the seriousness of nationhood. If we only had leadership that thinks solution and wants permanence in solving problems, we'll be far, far away. in terms of advancement. But this eating, my turn to eat, our turn to eat, my turn to eat, our turn to eat, is a setback, a big, huge setback for this country. But your proposal is a good one, because we can't have a country that runs without any review, no national dialogue, and then all the parliamentarians go to parliament to earn salary. The senator go there to wait for salary and all that. We have never had a discourse again about Kenya. The BBI tried to bring that up and everybody avoided. There were certain of quarters in the country that say don't even go there. Wacha waseme vile watasema, sisi tutasimama na msimamo wetu. So it's a good analysis and a good suggestion which must be put in consideration. If the elite will not do that, I think we will begin our own lobby group and just push. Because and then this is beyond Kenya. Because whatever we are suffering in Kenya, majority of Africa is suffering it. And so we will want to give it an approach of, I think, African scholars. Okay, we target universities and all that and colleges around the continent and just push this agenda, because Africa cannot be owning everything and die of lack of everything. It's not adding up. Nani huyu kabla nilete Chaga na mame wetu, Peter Gitawa anasema I think Bernard, we should run this show 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday and Saturday, since people are not joining as usual. My opinion, that would work. I don't know. Except you have your own reasons. But we have more people that join this debate. I mean, enjoy this debate even when we are gone. Okay, we do the show, we finish, and then probably we finish when we are, let's say, 3,000 views, and by the time you come back after 5 hours or so, we have gone to 7. So there are people who depend on this show. And they are more than just those who are here actively when the show is live. And so we accept you're putting that in considering that we stay longer, or we don't have people who relieve us, those who came earlier in the studio. If that is the way, thank you for being considerate, but it is good to sustain the discussion almost every day, since also the politics is very dynamic and the events are also happening. Unafunga 2 days, you come back, there is a lot that have not been covered, and so we slow down the conversation when we do that. And then of course building up. When we were resuming this show after I went for my holiday, we were not doing what we were doing. It was hardly to get 100 people viewing. It was a tall order. So we are doing well. I think we just need to fan ourselves up and keep moving. Mambo itanyooka. Hii serikali tutaitimua kwa sababu haifanyi ile inapaswa kufanya, na tukiitimuanga tunapaswa kuwa na serikali shadow cabinet, shadow government, alternative government that has a mind to utilize especially our young people. We can't we can't just continue like that. That say a country just generates graduates, then those graduates are dumped. Then we wait for another graduation, we dump them. Then they graduate, we dump them. Then what's the use of that education? What's the use? Why should even the government be sponsoring people to the university? Because when they graduate, nobody remembers them. They are given power to read and study, then they go. Power to read, they go. We have just to change and make use of those young people to move the country in alternative avenues. Tuache story ati wazee wa retire ili vijana wachukue. That's not it. Hawa vijana watafutiwe njia. Hii story wanatembea nayo hii Chaga, pole kidogo tunakuja. Hii story wala wanatembea nayo anapeana free wifi. Free wifi ya kufanya nini? Serikali ifungue cyber centers that are government oriented, fully furnished with computers and wifi. That's alternative job creation. Alafu vijana wote warundikane hapo, wanze kufanya online jobs. Wewe unataka kungoja watu wa retire ndio uchukue, na by the time watakuweka mpaka ufike retirement age kabla uchukue. So what you need to do as a government is provide an alternative avenue of creating jobs. Tuachane maneno ya kungoja civil servants wa retire ndio tupate, so that when people graduate wa ICT wanaenda kwa ICT, wa agriculture wanaenda kwa agriculture, wa woodwork they go to woodwork, metalwork they go to, all those sectors should be working throughout the country. Hiyo ndio serikali. Lakini serikali ya kulinda wezi, kuibiana na kutekeleza yale ambayo ni maovu, it's madness. That should stop. So wifi ambayo inapeanwa, it should not be that. It's waste of resources. In fact, kutapeli watu. I think they are looking for people's passwords probably, because hakuna vile utaenda sokoni uweke wifi. Unaweka wifi ifanye nini? How do you gain from it at the end of the day? You gave mama mbogas free wifi. Wafanye nini? Wapige picha ya mboga zao kidisplay kwa WhatsApp ama what is the use? Because tukifika Marigiti tumefika wote Marigiti. Yule amekujia kunde amekujia kunde, yule amekujia sukuma amekujia sukuma. Hatuhitaji tena ku advertise online. So hii wifi ni ya kuongea wapi? What are you linking together? Markets. Kariako na Marigiti, alafu City Market na hiyo ingine inaitwa nini? Kileleshwa. the Sariti Center. What are we linking here? Unajua mimi nachoka sana kwa sababu we don't have people who think through. They just want things done. So that is a government expenditure that is going on air. I mean, or is being run down the drain and nobody, hakuna mtu anastuka. Njia ya pekee ya kusaidia is job creation. How are you going to cause job creation? Put up cyber centers in every place. County government, badala ya kustruggle na youth ati mnawaajiri wafagie. Just put up cyber centers, furnish it with computers, put it with the internet, and let the young people be trained on doing online jobs. Online jobs are paying, and there are people who are building houses from online jobs. You just need to be shown how to go about it. And Kenyans are very innovative and very teachable. They will be able to create jobs that they will come off this street waiting forever in terms of getting jobs. Lakini serikali haitaki hiyo suluhisho. Kwa nini? Wakipeana suluhisho watapata watu wa kuwapigia makofi wakikuja na hizo bottom up nonsense that they want to sell to the people. Ndugu yangu Chaga, karibu. Vipi lakini?
Salama sana ndugu yangu Bernard. Hapo kuna dada wangu Roda na ndugu yangu hapo Jeremani. Sasa labda pengine unifafanulie Bernard, unajua usomi wetu ni huo wa kubambanya. Naona hapo umesema we are back to era of terror. Sasa sijui hapo kwa Kiswahili wanasemaje. Alafu outcry over the big Gachagua. Systematic harassment of received AZIMIO chiefs. Sasa sipige nieleze vizuri ndio niweke hoja zangu kisawasawa. Unajua
Bwana Mdune, tunazungumza kuhusu kurejea kwa vitisho ama serikali ya vitisho ambayo ilikuwa wakati wa Moi, era of terror, ambapo ulikuwa ukitembelewa na chifu unajua umeonekaniwa, polisi wakipita karibu na wewe unajua unatafutwa, mambo kama haya. So Gachagua amesema wale machifu wote waliosaidia AZIMIO ama walikuwa wanaegemea sehemu ya AZIMIO wafutwe kazi, na kuna mmoja ambaye amempigia simu akamwambia hata kama umebakisha miaka kabla retire unang'atuka kwa sababu ninajua kwamba ulikuwa mtu wa Azimio. So tunauliza swali, hii ndio serikali ile tulikuwa tunahofia kwamba Wakenya wataishi kwa hofu na wanakuwa terrorized na serikali yenyewe.
Unaona, ndio maana nitakujenga hoja yangu kwa hapo sasa. Nadhani Bernard, tukiwa hapa katika hii panel nilizungumzia masuala manne ya hii serikali, na kwa kweli haswa ile kauli nimezungumza inanipa moyo kwamba hakika Mungu hutamuona hivi hivi, but atamtumia mtu, utamuonekania kupitia kwa mtu. Sasa kuzungumza hayo Bernard, ni kwamba nilizungumzia zaidi, nikasema mambo manne. La kwanza nikasema watu watakimbilia parliament, wakishamalizana na hapo basi watakimbilia kwenye mahakama, na huko nako nadhani hilo lishakuwa unaona. Kisha wakishamaliza hapo kwa mahakama wanakimbilia kwa churches, ile nalo likatimia. Na mwisho nikasema ni lazima kwa security. Hapo mpango mzima utakuwa, mfumo mzima ushapatikana sasa wa kuweza kuelewa vizuri hii serikali wapi inalenga. Nadhani sasa hivi masuala yazungumziwa tangia juzi yanayoendelea hadi jana, nimekaa nikifuatilia zaidi hizi recruitment yenye ambazo zilifanyika na kwa kufuzu kwa hawa maafisa, na zile kauli zinazungumzwa pale. Kauli ambayo niliweza kuipata jana kwanza, ambayo kidogo ilinitia wasiwasi, nikajua tumerejea katika enzi hizo, ni ile pale palipokuwa inasemekana kwanza nimewapa pesa zangu, na hizo pesa tuhakikishe kwanza tunazilinda. Tayari tunaweza kwanza wakapewa hata ruhusa. Ule jamaa ule mkubwa wao ule Kome tu, naweza sema Kome tu ule, yani maana kuna Kome 1 who did his best, who she did her best, then kuna Kome 2 of security, one for judiciary, one for security, both are Komes. Sasa Kome 2 naye akaambia hata tunakupa ruhusa ya shoot and kill, but hii pesa isije ikapotea, kwa sababu hii pesa tumewafund na tuhakikishe kwamba nyinyi hasa this time around hamujihusishi na siasa. Jambo ambalo lilikuwa linanipa maswali kidogo Bernard, kwamba tangia lini polisi wakajihusisha na siasa? Sijaona mimi security kijihusisha na swala la siasa, kwamba hii wasiwasi kwamba linaekezwa katika hali ya kisiasa. Nini kitu ambacho ni fiche pale ndani? Na akahakikisha kwamba anamhakikishia bosi wake kwamba bwana, wewe hautaweza kunifuta kazi, kwa sababu mimi nitahakikisha kwamba haya masuala na yafuatilia bila wasiwasi, kuhakikisha kwanza pesa imetulia, kuhakikisha jamaa zangu hawa ambao wamefuzu hakuna. Sasa nikajiuliza tu hayo maswali, nikaingia pale pia nikatafuta waziri wa usalama wa ndani bwana Kithure Kindiki, kwamba kashatengeza jeshi la kutosha, kashatengeza nikawa na maswali, ni wapi tunaelekea kama hawa watu tayari, hawa polisi wako under control? Je, hatujaregeshwa pale kwamba ukimuona polisi unaingia mitini? Kwa hiyo for real Bernard, we are now back to the era of terror. Tutake tusitake, hapo ndo tulipo, na hatuna jinsi ya kutoka pale, kwa sababu kutokana haswa na semi na vitendo. Kwa hiyo tukiongeza la Gachagua pale kwamba tasifuta kazi wale ambao wa machifu wanazungumzia kuhusu masuala na Azimio, hapa sasa hivi ni kulazimishwa Wakenya tuimbe wimbo mmoja, turegeshwe pale kwa KANU ya jenga nchi, nafuata nyayo za mzee. We are now back there. Tutaimba UDA, tutake tusitake. Hivi vyama vingine vyote ambavyo vinafomu huu mrengo unaoitwa Kenya Kwanza, vyote vitauawa, vyote vitazimwa, hivi vitakuwa havina sauti, na tayari havina sauti. Sauti itakuwa one, chama kimoja. na sauti itakuwa ya mtu mmoja. Mwisho wa siku akishamaliza hapa atakimbia kwenye vyombo vya habari. Sasa hapa kwenye vyombo vya habari ndo kunatakuwa na ndo mwisho. Sasa malizana na security nao wataingia, na si mbali tu vyombo hivi vya habari, hata sisi hapa tujiangalie zaidi, tutaingia hapo na tutanyamazishwa. Hakuna mtu atazungumza, kwa sababu hapa kikwazo kikuu Bernard, nilizungumzia jana na pia nitazungumzia leo. Kikwazo kikuu hapa ni kuhakikisha mzee Raila wamnyamazisha. Ndipo sasa akasema huyu jamaa kistaafu tutamriwadi na kumzawadi vingi kama ataamua sasa kwenda kujiondoa katika mwanasiasa na kwenda kupumzika. Alafu ndivyo watimiza haya malengo yao. Kwa hiyo wako nje na ahadi ambazo walituahidi, wako nje na mtazamo ule ambao mama mboga, bodaboda na Mkenya wa kawaida walivyokuwa najua kwamba tumeshapona. Wako nje, hawana favor na mtu mdogo, hawana favor na mwananchi wa kawaida huku mashinani. Hakuna huruma na wao na hao watu wana mikakati yao kuhakikisha ni jinsi gani watavyokuwa wana rule hii Kenya, ni kuhakikisha kwamba ni namna gani watakuwa kila ngome wameweza kuingia na kuweza kusimama na viongozi wale ambao watakuwa wako kinyume na wao, kuweza kuwa trap na kuwaleta, na pia mwisho wa siku hata kuwatishia, watawatishia ndivyo warudi, especially wale viongozi ambao kwanza hawawezi zuia njaa zao ama misimamo yao. Wote watatekwa hawa na kuahidiwa mazuri, na kwa kweli watagawiwa hii keki kwa sababu ya kuwa under control. Ndipo najiuliza swali langu Bernard, je, kiongozi kama, hata kama ni mzuri umemchagua wewe mwananchi, aidha ni mbunge au ni gavana au ni seneta ama ni women rep, hata kama ni mzuri, mfano pengine miaka 5 iliyoisha yeye alikuwa katika uongozi uliona matendo, lakini this time around amemezwa, yuko under control of somebody. Je, unategemea huyu kuongoza kuhudumia vizuri, ama ataimba wimbo wa mdosi wake, wa yule ambaye ni mkubwa wake? Kwa hivyo Wakenya wenzangu, imefika wakati mapema nizungumza tu kila siku kwamba mgomba usiku ukiwa wima, ukiwacha ukianza kuzama kuinama, na mwisho wa siku basi utaanguka. Ndizi hiyo itakamwa haijakomaa na ndio shaanguka. Kwa hiyo ni mgomba usiku ukiwa bado ungali wima. Hapa mapema ndipo kwa kuungana wote, tuache masuala mengine yote. Wakenya tuje pamoja, tuhakikishe kabla hatujapangwa tumejipanga, na kuonyesha kwamba wananchi hii Kenya ndio wakubwa, kwa sababu ndio kila kitu, ndio wenye sauti, ndio kusema. Basi ni kuja sote kwa pamoja, kabila zote, na kuangalia, kwa sababu shida ambazo zinatukumba wananchi zinatukumba wote. Wale wananusurika ni wale wako kwa ajira, wanapata mishahara, lakini kwa wale ambao ni mwana nguvuzi, hakika tunapata mzigo, na huu mzigo hauna mtuaji, kwa sababu tumeingia tayari cha kike cha mlecho hawa sasa. Hivyo mimi Bernard sitakuwa na mengi tu, kwangu ni kuwarai wa Kenya wenzangu, kuambia tuje pamoja tena mapema. Tusisubiri ati Raila azungumze, Wajakoya aje tusimamie. Hapana, wenyewe tujitokeze, tukumbane na hili jeshi jipya limetengenezwa, maana ni lazima. Hapo kipigo kipo. Usifikire tu wamepewa hizi pesa wakafikiri labda ni mchezo tu. Hawa watu wamepewa masharti, watatudanganya waseme sisi tuko hapa kulinda nchi na mali ya watu, ndio kitakuwa. Lakini lengo ni kuhakikisha kwanza mnabeba kichapo kingi kiasi kwamba hamtakuwa na sauti, kwa sababu, lakini hii haijalishi. Watu watoke, kama ni kupigwa wapigwe kwa wengi, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba kweli tumeweza kuipata. Ndipo hapo tutakapolitetea hili taifa letu na kuiona thamani ya kura ya mwananchi ambayo anaibeba wakati ule akienda kwenye debe, jambo ambalo halipo. Na ndio maana mimi siku zote nazungumzia hapa, kutokana sioni thamani ya kura yangu. Hakuna kingine kinaniweka hapa Mtembei na kuona kwamba serikali, ni kwa sababu thamani ya kura yangu sioni, sauti yake sioni. Kura yangu ina sauti yake, na pia wenye mipango na wenye Kenya sasa wana mipango yao. Na ndivyo mimi unaona nazungumza hapa, napaza sauti yangu juu, kutokana kwamba angalau ifikia wakati kura ya Mkenya inazungumza pale debeni, na kama mtu atashindwa ashindwe kikweli kweli, kiuhakika. Kusiwe na mipango mingine ambayo ni ya kutekeleza, kwa sababu kiko na mipango, basi mtu kama atakuwa cheo chake kashakitengenezea pesa, kachikunua kwa pesa, kaharamika, kafanya kila kitu, usitegemee huyo mtu atakuwa na imani na mwananchi. Atakuwa na imani, maana hayo madaraka kayatafuta kwa mipango yake, kwa pesa yake, kwa kifua chake. Kwa hivyo atafanya kila ambacho atakuwa nakiona kwake ni sahihi, kutokana kakitafuta yeye mwenyewe, si kwa sababu kapewa na wananchi. So ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tuje kwa pamoja, tuacheni haya mambo mengi, tuacheni hii mambo na mirengo. Hakuna hapa atakayeumia, ni sisi wananchi, na imani haswa hiyo Mount Kenya haswa. Kuna rais alikuwa pale haswa, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, lakini kuna wenye ambao walikuwa pia wanapata tabu sawia tu na wao Wakenya wengine huku, na imani sasa hivi huko Rift Valley Sugoi kwa kina Ruto kuna watu walala njaa haswa, kuna watu wana matatizo haswa, na rais yuko kule. Si haimaanishi kukiwa na rais ndio kila shida mwananchi imefanya nini, imetatuka. So ni wakati sisi wa Kenya turudi pamoja, tuhakikishe kwamba lini sauti yetu itazungumza. Tuacheni haya mambo ya kupangiwa na kuambia let's accept and move on. Hii dawa yake itakuwa lini? Lini tutaweza kuipata haki haswa pasipo kuingiliwa katika hizi institutions ambazo zinajifanya independent, hizi tume ama hizi ni lini zitakuwa na uhuru wake wa kujifanyia mambo yake katika hali ya haki, ili kumtetea mwananchi na hii Kenya kusonga mbele? So ni wakati wetu mapema tujipange. Hawa ambao watatunga mkono kana mzee wetu baba yetu Raila, atupate mbele ya safari, na kina Wajakoya watupate huko mbele ya safari, la sivyo watagawanywa, watatawanywa, mwisho tutakuwa kama nyoka tu vile. Ni wakali kweli tukiuma mtu anakufa pale pale, lakini sio kimkuta ni mmoja. Unaona, huwezi wakuta nyoka 10 kwa pamoja, maana hakika Bernard uje uwapate nyoka 10 kwa pamoja, hizo mbio hizo hutaziweza ndugu yangu. Lakini sasa ukimkuta mmoja mkali kweli, ila ni mmoja, jamani. Wakenya tuungane, tusigawiwe, tukataonyesha tukawa kama nyoka. Tuna ukali kweli, lakini sasa ni mmoja anayezungumza. Sasa wewe kama niwe kagongo tu, mtu akatafuta kudanganya akipiga hiyo kichwa ameshatulia. Lakini uongo kama tutatoka kama 10, 15, 20 na wote tuna malengo moja, huu bwana hata kama tisho atakimbia. Ndio maana huyu mtu mimi niliwaambia kitambo, huyu bwana ni muoga, na ndio maana kila mahala, na ni mjanja, ni muoga na ni mjanja. Kwa hiyo tusitishwe na hii imetokea hapa ya hawa maskari na watu wachache wako pale juu, tu waonyeshe kwamba hii Kenya si yao, hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wananchi, na tunataka tuongoze katika hali ya usawa. Mtu ni corruption, ahakishe kwamba corruption hii imemalizwa. Si corruption ambayo inazungumziwa hapo, nilisikia jana inazungumziwa kwa pesa za polisi kwamba ndizo zinalindwa zisiingie katika corruption, na hizi zilibwa tangia mwanzo ambazo ndio zinatuofisha tunapata harama ya maisha imepanda. Zitaletwa lini? Zitaregeshwa lini? Na hawa wenye kufanya, mbona hatuambiwi hizi pesa zimekuwa za subsidy zimeenda wapi na zimetengeneza lipi? Hatuambiwi. Leo tunaambiwa kwamba pesa iliyopewa polisi ndio ambayo inatunzwa zaidi. Hawa polisi na serikali kuna nini hapa ndani? Lazima tujiulize wananchi, wapi tunaelekezwa? Kwa hivyo mapema tujitoe. Watu hapa, njia sahihi ni kuungana tu. Ruto must go, kila kijiji, kila county, kila mahali Ruto must go. Watu hawanywi, na kila siku hali ni hiyo. Walete hawa askari watupige, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni lazima itafikia mahali kweli itasimama na haki itasimama, na Mungu anasema unapokusudia jambo basi ataiangaza hiyo njia. So tukikusudia kwamba hili jambo Mungu atatuangazia hiyo njia. Tuache uoga. Kenya ziturudi pamoja, kabila zote. Michaka nazungumza kabila zote, maana ndio mwanzo wa kuweza kumaliza ukabila katika hii Kenya. Kila mtu ajisie kweli hakika kwamba amepigania huu ukombozi huu watatu ambao tuko nao sasa hivi. Beda nifanyie pale kwanza, ni watu wenzangu nafasi kidogo, nisijengalea maliza yote kwa pamoja.
Asante sana Bwana Chaga kwa Asante sana kwa wito huo na mchakato mzuri, wasia na maoni, mwelekeo mzuri kweli. Kila Mkenya asimame imara, injini yetu, na lazima tujikakamue kuhakikisha kwamba haipotei tukiwepo. Siprosa Odhiambo anasema nisaidieni wapate ujumbe, wanirudishie kura yangu nifanyie kazi nyingine. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Chefukati ameenda return na kura yako, sijui tutamfuata wapi akurejeshe ndio ufanyie mambo mengine, lakini tunashukuru kwa mchango na maoni yako. Asante watu wa comments. Naona Alex amekuja, Mato leo na Makiati. Walimu wa usiku, tafadhali muda wenu ndio huu, mimi nataka kung'atuka. Nikimkaribisha mama leo ni Kenyan Kawira aje akitoa maoni yake, tena nitamwacha kwa chair lady wakati mimi nitakuwa nimeng'atuka. Kina Alex na kina Mato wako hapa, watakuja watashikilia. Mimi mniachilie mapema leo, sio mapema. I'm on the 5th hour. My 5th hour is almost done. Mami, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. I'm happy to see you. Roda, Chaka Mdume namuona hapo, na huyu mwingine ni Jeremima something.
Jeremiah.
Yes. Msalimike sana. Nimesikia Chaka Mdume akiongea, na last night I had my dear sister Rhoda. She was really on it, and she has that feeling of how our country is really being ruined. Na ni hongera na heko wako dada yangu, kwa sababu we are fighting for our country to come to the right position, na tunaombea Mungu nchi yetu. Tunataka nchi yetu iwe vile ilikuwa. I know we had this kind of very good history sometimes back when we have a map of Kenya, and you know who was the Minister for Education, Minister for Water. All those things were doing very well those days. Later on, things started changing, and then we had this president who was Fuatanyayo, ambayo nikikumbuka vizuri sana. In fact, I was speaking to another principal of a certain school, and she was explaining to me how horror it was, how Moi really made this country of ours completely unlivable and unbelievable, very weakened situation that the country was. I'll go to that, just a few points. You can imagine Moi was able to go to school in Uasin Gishu or that Rift Valley and get even kids, children of sixth grade, standard 6, walikuwa wanachukuliwa wanapelekwa college. Tuseme kama college kama nursing. Alafu ikafika wakati hao maprinciple, kama we ni Mkikuyu unaambiwa ebu nisikie umeleta mtoto Mkikuyu hapa. Can you imagine? Kikuyu were completely put away. Ati watoto wa Wakikuyu wasikuje shule. Watoto walikuwa wanachukuliwa kutoka Rift Valley wanaenda mpaka hata Ukambani, Machakos. Wanapelekwa huko ndio wasome, wao ndio wanatakikana kusoma. Na hao principals waliambiwa ukichukua mtoto wa Mkikuyu nijue, you are fired. And that is what happened. Na kama ni principal alikuwa anaambiwa kama ni mtoto wako that is okay. Lakini mtoto kutoka kijiji hicho na si relative wako, si mtoto wako, si hata relative, mtoto wako, you should not even try. And that is how people lived. People, I think they did not know that. They thought maybe their children are not able to go to school, but that is how limited, how people were disconnected, how people were being put away so that they don't go to school. That is where the problem started, with the downfall of Kikuyu children. Na hiyo ilikuwa mambo mbaya sana. From there, remember how Moi gave those people from Rift Valley free loan. Wanapewa loan, wananunua matatu. Kila mtu alikuwa na matatu. Kila mtu alikuwa na matatu. Barabara wametengenezewa. Na baadaye, kwa sababu hawa ni kama si business oriented, hizo matatu zote zikalala. Moi akaona hii mambo haitafanyika vizuri, because hii pesa hata kama niliwakopesha vizuri na rais haitarudi. So he decided to declare that you are forgiven. They were forgiven that loan. That is how the country starts coming down. And you can remember during Moi time, everything perished. Factories were closed. Cereal board were closed. We can remember very well all that time. And the country became dusty and very dirty. Makaratasi ya nylon ilikuwa inakuwa kama bendera huko kwa msitu. Yani, that is how to show how the country was very dirty. Country that did not have a leader who is concerned with the well-being of the country and how the country deteriorated. I'm saying this because what we have now, as from that time, things were a little bitter. They were coming to the right track. We came to Mwai Kibaki. He did what he could and brought the country at least up a little bit. And then Uhuru, whatever happened, he took over and then he started driving to the right channel. Definitely, we know it's a hard work. And then there were so many problems in there. And they have tried to bring the country back, because these are people who are not tribal. They want to do things properly. Remember, we are talking about tribalism. Why did Moi do that? Why did Moi get his people to go to college when they are not even qualified? To go to college even when they have not hawajahitimu darasa yoyote ya kwenda kwa hiyo college. They were taken there because he is the one saying. I'm saying this because Kenya has become another tribal place now. It was then and it is now. We have tribal going on. Isipokuwa ni vile tu anaenda anajihusisha na kabila fulani with a name of profit, benefit. It's not about that he is doing that for the good for the people who live there or who the tribe of that nature. It's because of the benefit he is going to get. So he has no mindset that I'm doing this because I want these people to develop. No, he is not going to develop that place. Whether it is Mudavadi, he is not going to develop the place. He is either going to sell to highest the bidder for them to come and occupy those factories that perished that time, so that now he can start having income from those sources. And I'm saying this with the fact that Ruto has shown tribalism since then, and he has not stopped. And he's not going to stop until we stop him. I'm saying because even those few Kikuyus who have been put there, whether they have been given the biggest block of ministry or whatever, this is just something to shield himself. But he knows he has played his part of earning what he is looking for in Kenya. He has got all the mandate to do what he wants because he is the president. Look at how he has put away devolution. Devolution, knowing that it is going to help Kenyans and help Central, he don't want. So what is the use of having those few from Central? What is the use? If they are not going to bring maendeleo uko Central. What is the use? If he is going to abolish, what would have benefited Central? And Central is not benefiting. It is their right. They needed to get it. That is my problem. And I'm seeing this trend. It's just like that time of Moi. But Moi, I would say he was okay because he was not installed there by the Western country. This one, he's installed by Western countries so that they can have a chance of entering to our country, which will be the point of entrance to other African countries. If they succeed to our country, if they succeed to enter to our country, know that Africa is going to be explored by those people. Me, I'm very, very much worried and very much hurt when I see people talking here on this forum. Especially yesterday, we had one guy there, and I said, I'm never going to call myself Mzalendo anymore. I'm going to call myself Brutal Kenyan. Brutal Kenyan. Mzalendo, I will not use that name because of what I had yesterday. It was terrible to listen, and even to see somebody who is so grown and doesn't know what to say about Kenya, the country that we live, the country that we want. And he is a Kenyan. I was shocked, terribly shocked. So I'm saying we have a terror, and it is there. If we don't work out to see that this is stopped, the terror is already in Kenya. And if we are not careful, it's gonna expand and explode in our country. I've seen all these things happening, and what I've seen other countries, we don't want to reach there. But if we are forced to go that way, let's go. Because we are the people who have the Kenya, and Kenya belong to us. It's not for one individual who is trying to benefit himself and the few that he loves, he like to be with them so that Kenyans, the majority of Kenyans, to suffer. Why should we let this happen at this juncture? Honestly, Kenyans, if you are somewhere, you are listening. We are the voice. Kenya belongs to us. It doesn't belong to those people. In fact, the pride that that person has is nothing. It's a pride of just showing off that he is the president, but he is not. He knows very well in his guts he was not elected. And the majority who elected whoever they wanted should rise up and say our right has been taken away and we want it back, and we can have it back. Let's cry for our country. Let's work hard for our country. Let's focus on our country. Kenya is so beautiful to lose it. Kenya is so useful to waste it. We want our country to stabilize so that even our children and children and children will be happy to live in this country. The country is so weeping right now because everybody is not happy. Even those who voted, those who feel, the few who voted are mourning. They are regretting. Great number, they are regretting. Only few who are feeling because they are getting marupurupu from that government. That is why we are so divided. But there's a few who are enjoying. The few who are enjoying, they will not go far if we fight it. And they will join us when they see that we are really serious to fight for our country. I'll stop there, Bernard. Hopefully that Kenyans have heard, have thought, have focused, have seriously sat down and think how we can liberate our country. Our country is so beautiful and so nice to have it back and be stable at all times. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Kenyan Kawira. Thank you so much for that passionate appeal and painting the picture of the kind of country we are dealing with. It is sad that some of the things we are suffering are deliberately put in place for political reasons. Somebody was analyzing the illicit brew that is making the young people from Mount Kenya become immobile and unable to perform their duties. Seems to be politically pushed because that kind of alcohol is not found everywhere in the country. It's only found in Mount Kenya. Why should that be the case? And then, of course, there are other regions that have other things. Kuna mtu amesema kwa comments hizo unga anaitwa neno wala anazungura naye inaweza kuwa ni GMO. So watu wa Nyanza mjihadhari nayo. I think we take our politics too far, and in the process we mess up the country. The politics is supposed to enhance and facilitate the development of the people and the country, not to be a weapon they use against each other. As much as you want to win politically and gain political ground, please don't use people's lives and destroy people's destinies just to get political mileage. It's evil. It's uncalled for. Why should you destroy somebody's life, destroy somebody's destiny, just for political office that you will be in for 5 years, at most 10 years, and you will expire? So why should you do that? Let's all, appreciate and value life. It's important. And of course, our country will only develop when we cease to be tribal and begin to look at Kenyans as every Kenyan being capable of contributing to the well-being of the great country called Kenya. Whether the principal is a Kalenjin and the teachers are lawyers and the sweepers are from this particular community, we all work together for the success of the whole scenario. So let's be vigilant and watch out on that. Now that I don't seem to be able to get Kina Mato, I don't know where they are, and Leo, I will begin to prepare to end the show. I think in a few minutes, because kama watu wapya waje kwa studio alafu wasimamizi nao pia hawaonekani, then we begin to wind up. So I would engage that. In the meantime, a few commercial breaks, then we come back.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.
Okay, and then I encourage us to pick that book, The Challenge of Nationhood by Tom Boyer, a collection of speeches and writings by Tom Boyer. This book was published in 1969 and it was forwarded by Jomo Kenyatta. It has a rich information that you may require in order for you to make sense of our history. I'm happy with what Jereman is doing by taking us down the history lane. So this book, I'm making it available free of charge. You just need to subscribe to my site and be able to download it. It's already there. All you need to do, you only put your email, you subscribe using your email. They will not even take your name or anything. It's just an email address. You click subscribe, then you go to your inbox and confirm you're the one. And then it will lead you to the link where you click on the book in the download. Of course, when you want to download, there is 0 rating for it. You just need to key in the $0, except you want to make a donation or a contribution in appreciation. That's when you make it 1, 2, 3. But even $0, you will still be able to download the book, the whole of it, and be able to enjoy it. It is important for you to get our history in their proper perspective, and also to appreciate the struggle, how long we have come as a people in the pressure and in the push to get what we are calling the nation, of which, in my opinion, we have not succeeded so far. So, what are we doing that is wrong, and how do we fix it? Please, let's push and get that. We have given the first slot to the first 100 people. After that, we will just withdraw the whole. What is it? Sorry, I need to remove the overlay. After that, we will be able to withdraw the offer. So if you want to get that copy, please use that link I've just put in the comment section. Click on it, put in your email address, confirm your email address, and then download the book. The place for price, you just key in $0, you will still download the book. Put in $1, you will still download the book. Put in but don't expect it to download when you put in nothing. If you don't put in $0, the book will not download, because it's meant to be regulated, and then the site is counting how many people are downloading. The moment the number designated expires, hiyo kesi inaisha hivyo, and then tutafanya mambo mengine tukihusika na masuala mengine. And of course, you're free also to sample other books that are available on that site, and be able to also enjoy the site by purchasing one item or another as you visit the site. Otherwise, asante sana. So bwana Jeremani, sijui kama bado upo, naomba tuanze kufungasha. Inaonekana walimu wa usiku hawaji, na I think nimefanya apili ya kutosha, so naomba ufanye address yako, alafu mimi nitafanya address yangu, tufunge stesheni tuende. Asante.
Yes, Bwana Bernard. Sina mengi. I think when all has been said, it's best to leave it at that. I wouldn't want to dilute the essence of what you've shared today. Na kwa hayo machache nasema asante.
Okay, you've been that brief. Huh? It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your input and contribution, especially today. It's been very enriching. Trying to marry our history and our current state of affairs. I really want to urge Kenyans, everywhere you are, please don't relent, don't give in. Bad leaders can only be handled by confrontation. Tolerating them gives them power and gives them perpetuation. So let us be vigilant to reject bad leadership. And we should reject it at home, reject it on the way, reject it on the vehicle, reject it everywhere. Don't be a part of the collaborators, the home guards, those that want to sustain the status quo. let's be a people that have said enough is enough. We need to get right what is wrong so that our country can take off. And our children will be proud that their fathers sacrifice their time and their energy and their intelligence to see to it that their country, it doesn't go down the drain. So let's keep at this. And this conversation continues. So let's continue with it and ensure that hakuna Mkenya anabaki katika kutokujua ama kutokuelewa. Kwa hayo na mengine mengi tu, tunaomba baraka juu ya kila mmoja wetu, na tunapofungasha tunaamini kwamba tutakutana tena jioni, wale ambao mko East Africa na wale ambao mko hiyo sehemu nyingine, mkuwe na siku njema. Tukutane hiyo masaa mengine tukijadili kwa kina swala lingine. Thank you.
Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's Son. He's a sinner's Savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He is the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him today.